All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast, episode 128. Want to take a moment to thank everybody for being here. Always good to see people kind of coming in early and, chatting, hanging out for a little bit. Always gets me excited for the podcast to start. So thank you guys for being here. We have quite a bit to talk about and discuss today. There's actually there's a conversation I want to have with you guys about the current state of PlayStation, and obviously there are many other things, both small and big, that we're going to discuss. Like saying, love my hats. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Saying, please turn the captions on. I don't know. I could check that real quick. I don't know if I'm able to right now. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything for captions right now. Maybe I'll look into it when the podcast is over. So sorry about that. But yeah, we definitely have some stuff to talk about today. Saying MEG, I hope you're doing fine and not still sick. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better. Appreciate you asking. I'm definitely way better than I was last week. I have a super chat here from New Soul 9, a $20 super chat, and I just want to let you know, New Soul 9, I'm going to get to that in just a moment because it's a super chat that's going to immediately lead into a topic and a discussion. Saying, looks like you lost weight, bro. Yeah, I mean, I did just get over being sick, so I haven't been eating as much, haven't been training, obviously. But also, I did trim my beard pretty tight, and I feel like every time I trim my beard really, really, really close, people say that I look like I've lost some weight. So I think it kind of has that effect. But yeah, I'm probably losing a little bit of muscle mass as well. But I'm hoping to get back on it. Get back to normal in the coming weeks. Getting back on a normal workout routine. So that's my hope. But yeah, I am feeling a lot better. Whatever I was sick with, there's still, as you guys know, anybody who gets sick with something that really kind of knocks you down, it can take it could take a while to like fully recover. Just have some lingering stuff. So I did see somebody asking me to do a poll. You know what? Actually, I did forget about that. Yeah, that was something we discovered last week. My chat box is being really weird right now. I'm really not sure why. It's giving me some issues, but let me see. What should I? I'm trying to think about. I feel like I'm put on the spot now. I totally forgot that I could do polls. What should my poll be for now? Should it be like, I don't know, maybe the first thing I should ask, do we think PlayStation's going to have a showcase in October? Something like that, maybe. I think that could work. A poll about making a poll. Yeah, my first poll will be, should I make another poll? All right, I'll just make that the first poll for now, and we can change it. Do you think PlayStation will have a showcase in 2022? Okay, so I'll just put that there. You guys can vote on that. See what comes back. It's the first time ever doing a poll during a live stream. Is it like I could just end it at any time? Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. I never knew that was a thing. It's probably been here for a while, but I just never noticed it. So, okay, really quick before we kind of really dive into some topics here and discuss, I want to, as always, just let you guys know a couple of ways you can help the stream out, and more importantly, help the channel as a whole. First and foremost, super chats, and channel memberships. I say it every week, and I will continue to say it for as long as it's true. The only reason I'm able to do this podcast on a weekly basis, the only reason I'm able to continue to produce the content that I do, the cadence that I do, is because of you guys becoming channel members, donating super chats during streams, and obviously just watching the content. So thank you guys for doing that. If you want to go above and beyond and show your support, and you're able to do so comfortably, feel free to do that. It helps tremendously. If you're not able to do that, not a big deal. You know, just you being here, watching my content means everything. Being, part of the conversation, that it all contributes. And hitting that like button as well. For those who are here, hit that like button on the stream. It helps the streams. It helps the videos. I've been doing this thing in my videos where I'm trying not to ask too much. I don't like asking. It always feels a little weird to ask people to donate super chats or to hit the like button or to subscribe, but it's kind of a necessary thing you have to do on YouTube. It's a best practice. You kind of have to do it. But I'm trying to lower that down a little bit. So I see somebody asking, do I sell merch? I do have a merch shop, but you actually have to kind of click on the link in the description box to get taken to it. I have to add a new display. It always gets messed up for some reason. I'm not sure. It's like bugged out, but there is some there. Yeah. And so, yeah, big shout out to all of my channel members. Big shout out to everybody who continues to support me, whether you're just watching the content, and then if you're donating, the whole thing. Really, sincerely, thank you. I love to be able to do what I do here, and you guys make that possible for me. So with that being said, I am going to read some of these super chats. I'm going to start with Mark Lovin, because he says, "What's up, MBG? Keep on keeping on." Thank you so much for that, man. Will do. Obviously, a Death Stranding reference there. So yeah, we'll probably talk about Death Stranding over the course of this podcast today. So thank you for that. We have Inspector Guru saying, "What's up, MBG? Started playing The Last of Us 2 about 3 days ago, and let me tell you, no amount of spoilers could have prepared me for that cutscene, man. Real pain." Yeah, I've been there, man. I've been there, and that's the crazy thing about The Last of Us Part 2 is even if you know what's going to happen, it's true, until you see it with your own two eyes and kind of experience it solo. Yeah, it's brutal, man. So crazy stuff there. And like I said, New Soul 9, I'm going to get to your super chat in just a moment. We have Echo Daz becoming a member. Or yeah, I think it says you've become a member here. Sometimes the way it presents these to me, it can be difficult to tell if somebody became a member, or maybe it almost looks like you meant to type something with your member super chat, but there's nothing there. So either way, thank you for that, Echo Daz. Thank you for being a member. And then we have Big Norman 0518 saying, "I finally got a PS5 and I'm loving it. Hope you and your family are doing well, and thanks for all of your hard work and content. You're doing an amazing job as always." Well, I'm really happy to hear that, man. I've been seeing more and more people, not just in my comment sections, but just on Twitter or on Reddit or on other people's comment sections talking about PlayStation, saying they finally got a PS5, and they're just so happy to finally be able to experience the next gen of PlayStation and play these games. So definitely happy to hear that, man, and I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy my content. Appreciate the kind words saying I'm doing an amazing job. I really does mean a lot. I do put a lot of thought and effort into everything I do here on the channel, so it's always nice to see that you guys appreciate it. I see Steve asking, "Am I picking up Gotham Knights?" I'm really not sure, man. I'm really not sure. I'm very torn on that game. A big part of me looks at it and I'm like, I just don't know that this is a game I want to pay full price for. I don't know that it's going to be worth it. But then there's another part of me that's like, it does. I can see the appeal. So that's still up in the air for me. So just a quick update on the poll, and then I'm going to read New Soul 9's super chat. I'm looking at it here. Oops. And so it's only been out for 5 minutes. We have 175 votes so far. 61% of you are saying yes, you think there will be a showcase this year, and 39% says no. It's interesting. It's interesting to see. It's pretty close to 50-50, closer than I would expect. So very interesting. And then really quick, Tommy Mahan, you're saying, MBG, it's a travesty that you haven't played Sekiro before. Game of the year from Software. It's Bloodborne mixed with Ghost of Tsushima. Play it, bro. Yeah, no, I hear you, man. And you know, the thing is, it's not just Sekiro, man. There are quite a few games that I'm guilty of not playing or experiencing yet. For one reason or another, not going out of my way to necessarily avoid them. But anybody who has a backlog that builds up, you know how that it happens. It's just the game comes, you plan on playing it, and somehow you just never do. But Sekiro is definitely a game that's on my list. I'm not going to say whether or not I'm going to play it like immediately, but I think I've proven with a game like Final Fantasy VII, you know, that I will go back and I will play games for sure. And there have been others as well. So I imagine eventually I'll get to it. So thank you for that, Tommy. And then Tech Noir, you're saying, can't believe a 60-year-old pensioner from Newcastle. I'm like reading that word. I'm like, what word is that? Pensioner. I think I'm saying that right. From Newcastle, and loves cats and has the Xbox community laying awake at night crying. Tech Noir. Yo, my leg in the chat. Please, man, no spamming. All right, like we don't want spam in the chat. But very Tech Noir. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not really fully understanding the super chat here. I don't know if there's something. I feel like there might be something I'm missing here. I don't know. Maybe you'll have to elaborate on that. But I want to get to. But thank you for the super chat, man. I want to get to the super chat from New Soul 9, which was a. Oh, you're saying okay. Gotcha. I just realized. Oh yeah. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Tech Noir. You're talking about Jim Ryan. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense now. He's from Newcastle. Okay. All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that in just a moment, and I think the super chat from New Soul 9 will be a good segue. That's why I was kind of saving it. Because I think it's a good segue into this. So, New Soul 9, first of all, thank you for the generous $20 super chat, man. Really appreciate that. He says, hey, MBG, you said the CEO of Microsoft is calling out Sony, that being Satya Nadella, but the reason for this is because Sony is getting in the way of their deal. That's like someone you don't care about and they're annoying you and you don't call them out to stop. So, New Soul 9, we do have an update with this whole situation. Now, I wasn't necessarily planning on making this the first topic of the podcast, but I figure, you know, with your super chat, we may as well dive into it. And I'm going to read this to you. This is being reported on, and you know, I've been on Twitter, and it's kind of insane, honestly, to see how much this is impacting people, or at least how much attention it's getting from people on Twitter specifically. But I have an article here, and it's from PlayStation Lifestyle, and they say Sony's Jim Ryan reportedly flew all the way to the European Union headquarters in Brussels to voice his concerns over the Microsoft Activision deal. The acquisition, which has already been given a green light by one country, is expected to pass in the United States, albeit with a little bit of scrutiny from the FTC. It seems to be facing a roadblock across the pond as European authorities express their reservations over the consolidation. According to a paid-wall report by Deal Reporter via VGC, Ryan decided to personally visit EU headquarters on September 8th to express his reservations about the acquisition, Consolidation aside, it's Call of Duty that has become the main point of contention in the Microsoft Activision deal. Sony fears that Microsoft will pull the juggernaut off of its platforms in the future, making it exclusive to its own ecosystem. Microsoft says that it has no intention to pull Call of Duty from other platforms. However, the company has been deliberately vague about its future plans, offering Sony no guarantees after the next couple of years, once it all goes through, of course. So, that's the big thing that everybody seems to be focusing on. But there is a little bit more to this, I believe, and I have to bring it up here because I just came across it. So apparently it's not just Sony that is giving Microsoft a hard time here. We are now hearing that Google is also voicing their concerns with the Activision Blizzard acquisition. So again, from PlayStation Lifestyle, it says Sony apparently isn't isolated when it comes to expressing concerns about the Microsoft Activision deal. Where Microsoft found an unlikely ally in Facebook's parent company Meta, Sony reportedly has Google in its camp. It's unclear what specific concerns Google, which recently announced the shutdown of Stadia, has. However, the search engine giant previously struck a multi-year strategic partnership with Activision Blizzard and likely feels that it'll be in the crosshairs should the publisher be acquired. So it says here, Activision Blizzard and Google announced in January 2020 that they were entered into a multi-year partnership, as part of which Activision Blizzard has been utilizing Google's cloud services. A year later, Microsoft came into the picture with its own cloud solution in Azure. Microsoft is legally obligated to honor Activision Blizzard's contracts should the acquisition go ahead, but it's highly unlikely that it'll extend the publisher's current partnerships. That's a concern Sony shares as well, especially when it comes to Call of Duty. So, yeah, this is the latest that we're hearing. Apparently, Jim Ryan flew out to the EU headquarters to voice his concerns. And, something that I haven't seen many people bring up, and I don't know, I mean, there isn't any specific, piece of evidence, I guess, or there's nobody saying this in the reports that I'm reading. For all we know, and I think this just is something worth considering, Jim Ryan may have been asked to come out there to voice, to talk to them, to talk to the regulators. Because here's the thing that I think people aren't really, or maybe some people are kind of missing this. It's worth noting that some regulatory bodies have already expressed their concern. And when they would express their concern, they said specifically it's because they're afraid that this Activision Blizzard deal, if Microsoft decides that they do want to make Call of Duty exclusive for one reason or another, could negatively impact Sony and severely hurt them, pretty much. So I'm just pointing this out because, we don't know the entire situation here. And it's hard to say. I mean, look, whether or not Jim Ryan was asked to come to fly out there and talk to them about this and, express his concerns, obviously he would do it, right? We've seen Sony publicly voice their concerns and their problems with this situation. And when looking online, I see a little bit of irony here. I'll tell you the irony that I'm seeing. The irony is I'm seeing a just tsunami wave of, granted, they are the vocal minority. 98% of people don't even know about this, nor do they care. This is just business, So I want to preface what I'm about to say with that even though I am personally exposed to the 1 or 2%, I'm well aware that, just like a lot of what we say, we're a small minority. Businesses are doing stuff that they're going to do, and literally nobody cares, realistically speaking, unless you're supposed to care, unless it's your job, right? Where you're just really kind of involved like us. And so for me, I think the irony here is I see just a tsunami wave of Xbox fanboys on Twitter claiming that, Jim Ryan is crying and complaining, and that's the big meme. And it is, I've talked about it before where I've said, yeah, it seems that from Sony's perspective, they're being a little bit more vocal and a little bit more transparent than they normally would, where they're making it clear that they're bothered by this and they're a little bit nervous about the long-term implications this could have on their platform. So yeah, that's something we've acknowledged, but people are going off on Twitter. And the irony here to me is it's like, do these people not realize like you're also like kind of crying because you're not crying. It's like people are like, oh, Sony's afraid, Jim Ryan's afraid. Well, you guys are clearly afraid that Jim Ryan and Sony are actually going to potentially block this deal from going through. And that's the big irony to me here, where it's like, it's kind of comical where, you know, Jim Ryan and Sony are being kind of put in this corner where it's like, they're afraid, they're so scared. And then you can clearly see that it's actually like Xbox fanboys that are the most scared, potentially, that Sony could stop this. Now you have Google involved, and you could tell like they're starting to sweat a little bit, because it's like, could you just imagine for a moment what would happen and what it would look like if this deal were to get blocked, if it actually didn't go through? That would be devastating to the Microsoft fans and the Xbox fan base. And so it's understandable why I think that, you know, you see a lot of Xbox fans kind of making fun of Jim Ryan and making fun of Sony. But here's another thing I want to point out that I don't fully understand based off of some of these conversations and opinions that I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot of people say, and I've literally been told this by multiple people. I've been told this by multiple people on Twitter, on YouTube, and it is, I can't, nor can anybody else defend Sony or give them the benefit of the doubt, because if the roles were reversed, Sony would be doing the same thing that Microsoft is. If Sony had the ability to buy Activision Blizzard, they would. And, you know, this is where I have to kind of point out, okay, if you're going to throw that logic my way, how about I throw this logic your way? How can you complain about what Jim Ryan's doing? Because all I could simply say is, if the roles were reversed, Phil Spencer would be doing the same thing. Phil Spencer and Microsoft would be doing everything they could to make it as difficult for Sony to allow this to go through. So this is the great irony here, and it's why, you know, ultimately, I just don't feel the need to really get involved in this conversation anymore, because it's pretty clear that, like, you're either of the mindset that Microsoft is wrong for acquiring Activision Blizzard and it's detrimental, or you're of the mindset that you believe Microsoft has every right to do so, and they should, and they deserve it, right? Like they paid for it, and there should be no problems. They should just be able to take all of Activision Blizzard. You're on one side or the other, and I tried to explain last time that what you're seeing, you know, kind of what Phil Spencer's saying, what Jim Ryan's saying, what Satya Nadella's saying, what anybody else at Sony might be saying, the statements they may be putting out, this is just business. You know, it's not a moral thing here. Microsoft's a business. They're not here to be anybody's friend. They're here to run their business and maximize profits. And sometimes that requires playing the long game and operating, you know, at a loss for a long time until you can become profitable. You know, Sony, they have the same end goal. They're just operating differently, where Sony is trying to be as profitable as they can as well. They're not in a position to be able to operate at a loss the same way Microsoft is. And so you would think that people would be able to clearly see that what Jim Ryan is doing is the exact same thing that Phil Spencer would be doing. Just like what Microsoft is doing by acquiring these publishers is the exact same thing that Sony would be doing if they could. So, you know, we're seeing like it's no longer about the console wars. The console wars transitioned to acquisition wars, and it gets just as tiring, if not even more. Blue Streak 320, you're saying Microsoft complained to regulators in 2020 over NVIDIA's purchase of ARMS for similar reasons that Sony is complaining. Double standards, bro. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to point out here, man, is it's like, The only people, in my opinion, that look foolish out here on both sides, whether you're a fan of PlayStation or if you're a fan of Xbox, the only people that look foolish are the ones who continue to talk about these companies and these corporations as if there's some kind of moral code and rule set and like they should care about what's fair. So, just kind of seeing how all of this is playing out, seeing how I said it last week. I said we're probably going to have something else to discuss, you know, regarding this situation. That's exactly what happened. And it's like, who cares? Like, who cares if Jim Ryan flew out to discuss with regulators? The only people who should care are Microsoft and I guess hardcore Microsoft fanboys. And that's all you see. Like, that's all you see online are people just making fun of Jim Ryan and it's just like, all right, I guess it's okay when you guys cry and complain and make your point, but the other side can't. And you guys know how it is. It's ridiculous. It's just people slinging stuff back and forth. And all I will say is that I think it's a pretty big deal. Not that Jim Ryan went to go do this, because I'm sure it helped Sony. Like, I'm sure that Jim Ryan going to this, to the regulators HQ and pleading his case and talking about why this is so bad and detrimental and can have a massive impact, I'm sure that's helping Sony. But I think now that Google has also kind of thrown their hat in the ring here and said that, yeah, we have our concerns. I mean, I feel like mostly everybody was looking at this Activision Blizzard deal like it was guaranteed to go through, like it's going to happen. But now it looks like things might be getting a little bit more complicated. And I think the chances, now I'm not, it's worth noting, like, I'm definitely not the person who's in the know with this stuff. But just based off of what I'm seeing, I'm making an assumption that I think the chances of this getting blocked potentially have been increased. By how much, I don't know. People who are more familiar with this, they might be looking at this and be like, no, this is just a very short-term, roadblock. It's not going to, it's not going to really mean much. But from what I'm reading, it seems like this is, at the very least, it could linger a lot longer potentially. So I don't know. You're saying please don't support Jim Ryan. He has done a ton of harm to PlayStation's reputation. Also, he has only contributed negatively to PlayStation. It's easy to view things through that lens, but it's not that simple, truthfully speaking. Jim Ryan, I mean, he obviously has his own faults as PlayStation CEO, but I think, this is going to allow me to segue into another conversation that I want to have, and I think it's more relevant to us as PlayStation fans. Like, I believe that the Activision Blizzard acquisition is relevant to PlayStation fans, but at the same time, it's like we kind of see where it's at right now, and not much is changing. And you're just going to continue to see fanboys do what they do on both sides, where you're going to see Microsoft fanboys, anything Microsoft says is good. And yes, and anything Jim Ryan does, anything Sony may have to say, or more importantly, anything Sony may feel the need to do to protect their business and do what they have to do, it's bad. And that's just how this is going to be. And that's why it's not exciting to cover this. It's not exciting to talk about it, but it's part of my job here to cover it and let people know what's going on. So, what I want to do now, though, is I want to segue into a conversation regarding PlayStation. And I want to have a conversation. I feel like this is a good time to have this conversation. It's October 2nd, the start of a new month. We're officially like entering the holiday season now. September came and went, and there was a lot of expectation, I think, within the PlayStation community for PlayStation in September. And right now we can look back to the launch of the PS5 all the way to where we are now. So it's been a year and 11 months, close to it, a year and 11 months since the PS5 launched. We could look back to just this year. We could look back to just PlayStation in 2022. How has PlayStation been in 2022? Well, the question I want to ask is not necessarily how PlayStation has been, how they've done in 2022. I want to ask the PlayStation community, how do you feel right now about PlayStation? Because to me, this is where, I read comments about PlayStation as a whole, but I'm seeing, like people talk about Jim Ryan and how he's ruining PlayStation and to me, I think there is a problem. I think there is a problem. I think it's a very easily corrected problem, though, and that's the thing that I kind of want to talk about here. So, for me personally, and I'm not speaking for anybody but myself here, and that's important for everybody listening to this to understand, because it's really strange. I get comments sometimes where people, at least one person, but a few people upvoted it. And the only reason I'm highlighting this is simply because it just goes to show that people don't actually listen. They just, they come to their conclusions and they don't listen. And that's it. I saw a comment where somebody was like, dude, you're over here acting like you speak for the larger community or the PlayStation fan base or whatever, and that like kind of, and basically telling me I don't, and they just shut it. And what bothered me a little bit about that is like I literally preface almost everything I say, not constantly because it would get annoying and it would be over redundant, but I've said time and time again, like, I'm just speaking for me. And if I'm ever going to speak for not just me, like, I will say, I believe I may speak for a large part of a specific community, but I'll preface it by saying that. So that's why I'm putting so much emphasis on this, where I'm saying I'm simply just speaking for me right now. All right. My problem with PlayStation currently is that they seemingly are in this loop, and they've been in this loop for some time now, where every week or every other week, as a PlayStation fan, as somebody who's following PlayStation very closely, I'm thinking to myself, what's the controversy going to be this week? What's it going to be? Because to already expect something. And that right there in it of itself is not fun as a fan. And it's pretty annoying. But it's especially bad for me when it's like, look, I got to cover this stuff, and I don't feel good about making videos where it's like, well, Sony did this really dumb, annoying thing, and let's talk about it. Because that's not what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about getting excited for games. That's what this whole thing was ever supposed to be about. But that's where my problem with PlayStation kind of lies, is they're making it difficult, unnecessarily so, for their own fan base to get excited. You know what? Let me retract that. For me, again, I'm not trying to speak for the fan base. It feels like to me, as a PlayStation fan, Sony is making it hard not to be excited for their games. And I want to make that clear, because yes, I'm excited for God of War Ragnarok. I was excited for Horizon Forbidden West, and I'm excited for Spider-Man 2. There's a lot of games I'm excited about. So the excitement is there. The excitement doesn't go away. But Sony, for me, it feels like they're making it impossible, or very close to impossible, to celebrate their games, to come out and express that excitement to the fan base and to talk about, you know, where PlayStation is, where they're going. And they've made that so difficult because there's always so much controversy. There's always so much, hey, this is what's happening this week and it's not exciting and it detracts. And worst of all, it takes away from their games. And that drives me the most insane because we are just at this point, what, 5-6 weeks out from God of War Ragnarok launching. God of War Ragnarok. I want to emphasize this. God of War Ragnarok. Like, this isn't The Last of Us Part 1, a remake that is going to garner controversy. This isn't a smaller game. This is God of War Ragnarok. And yet, the hype, the excitement, and the conversation just isn't there. Not anywhere where it should be. And and I have to sit back and wonder, like, why is this? Is this because of the game? Is this because people aren't impressed with it? Is it Sony's fault? Is it Santa Monica Studios' fault? Whose fault is it? Well, it's hard to identify, but I feel like the buck stops with Sony at the end of the day as a whole, where it's like, Sony, look, you are, and I don't like talking like this too frequently because it makes it sound like I know better than the people running Sony. I don't. Like, my view and my scope is very limited compared to theirs, but I'm just a fan. And so Sony is not willing to show me. Sony is not willing to tell me. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like Sony is out here explaining why they're so secretive. They're not explaining why they haven't revealed any new games in first-party games, that is, from their first-party studios. And I don't even know how long at this point. They're not explaining any of this. We're just left to make assumptions. And a lot of, again, this is where I am going to start speaking on behalf of some PlayStation fans. Not everybody's going to fall in this camp. But I feel like a lot of PlayStation fans feel like they kind of have to have a little bit of faith. And they have to kind of cling to a bit of optimism by saying, well, look, we have God of War Ragnarok coming. We know Sony has Final Fantasy 16. We know that they have Spider-Man 2. We know that Sony delivers. They've continued to deliver. Just look at what they've done for the past 5 years. They deliver games, like, they've proven themselves. But because of how quiet Sony's being, this is what fans have to do. But what makes that so impossible is it's like, not only is Sony being quiet and they're being ultra secretive and not very transparent, but again, I have to emphasize, it seems like every week or every other week, whether it's Jim Ryan, a program, something they're doing is causing a type of controversy, and it's just making it so difficult for the fan base, in my opinion. You know, saying MBG uses Twitter's judgment of hype. No, not necessarily. I'm well aware that Twitter's not real life. Dude, let me tell you right now, with the stuff that I see on Twitter, there was a point a long time ago where I let it influence, like, oh man, you know, like, I really wonder. Look, I'm not sitting here saying that God of War Ragnarok won't do well. I'm not sitting here saying that there isn't a lot of excitement for it. What I'm saying is, and I can say this as somebody who's literally part of it, is that from what I can see and from what I'm experiencing, Sony is getting in their own way. They're getting in their own way, and they're making it just... Let me put it to you this way. I'm going to ask a question, and you guys can answer. And I would make a poll on this, but I'm not sure how to word it quite yet. If you look at Sony, PlayStation, where they are now, October 2nd, 2022, and you just feel, I don't want you to think too much, just feel the energy, just what are your feelings on PlayStation on October 2nd, 2022 versus I want you to think back to PlayStation on October 2nd, 2016. PlayStation October 2nd, 2017, right? Or even 2018. Really think about how you feel now versus how you may have felt then. And I'm telling you, a lot of again, I apologize. I have a bad tendency to do this. I'm not telling you anything because I cannot speak for anybody. I have a good feeling. I have a hunch that a lot of people, a lot of PlayStation fans, or at least a portion of PlayStation fans would say, I'm not really feeling nearly as good about PlayStation on October 2nd, 2022 as I did previous years at this exact time. And that right there is exactly what I'm trying to identify, because to me, I feel like that actually is a thing. And I just find myself a little bit baffled. But the good news is this. This is the good news. Because I know it sounds like, and I'm going to get to these super chats in just a moment here. The good news is that this is a problem, depending on how you view it. Some people might not see it as a problem. This is something that is very, very easily corrected. And I need to emphasize that. And that's why you have to think to yourself, because I see people ask this question, and it's a good question. And they're like, does Sony, the people who are in charge of Sony, their marketing team, Jim Ryan, Herman Hulst, whoever else, are they aware? Like, do they know that people are just kind of down on PlayStation right now? That people are kind of down and they're not really high up on it, or as high up on it as they once were. Are they aware of this? Surely they have to be. And this is where the kind of faith part, I don't mean to sound dramatic about it. I know faith in a company, but this is where you kind of have to decide what's your viewpoint, because it's one of two things here. You're either going to look at Sony and look at their current leadership and look at the people who are running this right now, and you're going to come to the conclusion that, you know what, this is calculated. There is a reason for this that we don't fully know right now. And it's strategic. And at the end of the day, Sony knows what they know what they're going to do. They have a plan, just like Dutch. They have a plan. And once that plan is enacted and once it's in full swing, everything changes. Basically, it's as simple as the flip of a switch. Sony knows where the switch is. They know when exactly they're going to flip it and when it's going to turn on. And they know exactly what's going to happen when they do. So you're either in that mindset or you're in the mindset, and this is what Sony silence does. It forces people to kind of, you can't sit on the fence. Your mindset is they don't know what they're doing. They're losing their way. Their current leadership is oblivious and out of touch with what made PlayStation so great in the eyes of so many previously, and what made it so easy for people and for fans to be so high up on PlayStation. And they're just going to slowly but surely run it into the ground. So you have to kind of pick, which side of the fence you're on. What's your viewpoint? There can be more than two perspectives, of course, but I think those are generally the two that you kind of have to have right now during a time when Sony's being very quiet and, kind of coming out with some controversial things on a somewhat regular basis. Let me get to these super chats here. We have Josh. He's saying, you're completely right. They shot themselves in the foot with GT7 when it's actually a magnificent game. Still the best DualSense implementation. And you continue by saying GT7 is completely fixed. Lots of updates /cars/gifts. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I don't want to make it sound like what they did with I don't want to make it sound like what happened with GT7 is like on the same level as, say, like when Cyberpunk 2077 first launched. Two very different things. But just like damage was done at the time to CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk, on a much higher level, you see the comeback they made, right? Like, I'm not saying that they knew at the time that's what was going to happen, CD Projekt Red, but when you look at I said Forza because I'm reading somebody saying Forza in the chat. Forza's doing well. When you look at GT7, it's like this is the first mainline game in a long time. They haven't revealed sales numbers. They haven't really been talking about it. Honestly, Sony hasn't really been talking about their games in a significant way at all. And you look at how they kind of messed up a little bit with the microtransactions and the changes and the communication. And it was just like, they were allowing the press to kind of run with the negativity. And I remember a lot of people at that time, they were pushing back. They're like, dude, people are blowing this out of proportion. It's not as bad as people think. And I believe that. I didn't play it, but the reason why I believe that is because I know how these things work. People have a tendency, and it's normal, especially on the internet, to blow things out of proportion, just like I might be doing right now. Some people can walk away from me being like, you're being too negative on Sony, you're being too down. But that's the thing. Just understand that I'm not sitting here trying to make it seem that just because Sony is quiet and some people are down on PlayStation right now, that it's over and this is a disaster and it's nothing like that. I'm trying to see things from both perspectives and come to a logical conclusion here. But looking at what happened with GT7, I do look at that and I can't help but get the sense that I feel like it's so hard to talk about it this way because we don't know the sales. And I need to emphasize that. We don't know how well GT7 sold. Sony has not given us the numbers. What we do know is that GT7, and I want you to think about this because I feel like there are a lot of people who might not be aware of this. If I were to ask you, what's the highest selling PlayStation franchise out of every single Sony franchise, out of every single PlayStation IP and franchise, what's the best selling? A lot of people probably wouldn't immediately think Gran Turismo, but Gran Turismo is exactly that. It's the best selling PlayStation franchise. It's beyond, it surpasses everything. It's over 80 million. It's beyond Spider-Man. It's beyond God of War. Not to say that, these other franchises haven't sold very well, but that's the thing that kind of makes you realize like, if this is their best selling franchise, then surely that means GT7 should be doing insanely well. And I'm not saying it isn't. All I'm saying is that we don't know. And I do feel like if GT7 broke a record or achieved a new level of sales that previous games haven't, I feel like Sony would have announced that. And you do have to wonder, like, are these games not really hitting the marks that they should? Or if they are, is Sony content with that? And then you have to ask yourself, how much of that, for better or for worse, is because of some of the controversy surrounding it? You're saying, do we need sales figures? I mean, we don't necessarily need them. I just think for me personally, and maybe for many of us who are very interested in this, it's always nice to hear about, like sales numbers and to get an idea of what's going on. It just, it can be interesting and just fascinating to talk about. But we have Tom R saying Sony could be holding back on promoting exclusives because of the Activision controversy. I've seen somebody else mention that before, and I don't know. The truth is, I don't know. I feel like that is a bad plan. Like that it doesn't make sense to do that, in my opinion. Like this notion that Sony feels like, well, we can't reveal our hand yet. We can't show our new games. We can't generate the hype and build the momentum because it's going to sway regulators. It's going to make regulators look at us and see, well, look at that. Sony's doing just fine. They're on top of the world. People are loving them. So we're not going to listen to any of their concerns. I like, to me, that is just stupid. And the reason why that's stupid is because if you're a regulator, if it's your job to look deeper into something, then part of your job is to know you can't just go based off of what's right in front of your face. You can't just go take something for face value and make a critical decision, such as whether or not this, multi-billion dollar deal is going to get blocked or approved. You don't make that off of, stuff that you're seeing at face value. So what I'm trying to say, just to simplify what I'm trying to say, Sony having, let's just say, a showcase, like a big showcase where they have a big blowout and the hype is just at 11. The hype is at 11. They're trending, the whole thing. That's not going to impact. At the very least, it absolutely should have zero impact on whether or not, something like the Activision Blizzard acquisition gets approved. Like, to me, that would make zero sense. So I look, I could be wrong. Sony could be, Sony's lawyers right now could be telling them, like, basically try to make yourself look bad temporarily, take the PR hit, that's the thing that doesn't make sense, is if Sony's goal is to remain profitable as a business, it just doesn't make sense to basically do things that are going to potentially lead to loss. That's the literal opposite of what Sony wants to achieve. And I know that Call of Duty is important to them, and I know that Sony probably would absolutely love to block this deal, but I just don't see them doing that. Like, that would truly be pathetic, in my opinion. Like, it's one thing when you are going to fight an acquisition and try to throw a wrench in it, because it's what's best for your business. It's one thing to do that. It would be another thing entirely to purposely, dumb your brand down and tank your brand temporarily just to look weak, and that would be crazy. That's a bit conspiratorial. So I don't think that's what's going on. Definitely not. Although it would be funny if one day we learned that that's actually exactly what happened. It's like 10 years from now, or like 15 years from now, Jim Ryan's retired. He just does an interview and he's just like, yeah, I remember at the time we had to basically make ourselves look bad. It's like, what? I could see that. It'd be funny. KD, you're saying Sony isn't getting in their own way. There's just a magnifying glass over Sony by trolls. No one said anything about Flight Sim selling $40 planes, LOL. Well, yeah, I do agree with you to an extent, KD. Like, I do think Sony is like, there are times where Sony isn't doing themselves any favors, that's for sure. But there is also a lot of truth to what you're saying, because social media is more prevalent than ever before. And you talk about the magnifying glass that are being put on Sony by trolls. You're right. Like, here's the reality, guys. When we say that places like Twitter and even YouTube here, Reddit, wherever else, other social media platforms, Instagram, whatever it may be, when we say that this isn't real life, that none of this actually matters, that these are just a vocal minority, the one thing that we have to keep in mind, though, and this is important because we are seeing it in front of us, while that may be true, it may be true that it's a vocal minority, you would be, I think, quite shocked to discover how frequently, maybe unfortunately, how frequently the vocal minority can have a much bigger influence on the majority than you would ever want to believe. And that is the unfortunate reality, is that once the vocal minority who are trying to push a narrative, once that begins to take hold, You know, it's like a ripple effect. It starts with just a very small, very vocal group. And before you know it, you're seeing it more and more and more. And it's something that I think is really working against Sony. And I think it's actually, you're saying, are you describing Twitter, MBG? Well, I'm not just describing Twitter. I'm describing pretty much all of social media. And social media, even though it's not, these aren't real places and people say this isn't real life, it doesn't mean that it doesn't influence our reality. It does. And I hate to admit that, but it's the truth. And so, if you want my perspective on PlayStation, is I think PlayStation is mostly doing pretty great. Like there isn't anything for me personally that Sony has done that makes me go, oh my God, like I can't. And that's because it's what it all boils down to. And I will never, as long as I'm here on my YouTube channel and as long as my channel is about gaming, I will never condemn a publisher or a platform holder or a developer. I'll never condemn them as like to the point where it's like there's no hope for them as long as they're getting the most important thing right at the end of the day. And for me, the most important thing is not what's the best deal. The most important thing is where are the great games? Where are the quality games? Where are the games that look damn good to me? I just posted out on, speaking of Twitter, I put out Ghost of Tsushima's initial reveal trailer, which I think was from 2016. It was the first trailer for Ghost of Tsushima, and I came across it randomly, and I was like, "Oh my God, dude!" Like you forget. But when I was watching this trailer, I'm like, "This is on another level." And the thing that's so great about looking at it now, kind of looking back on it, is this is after having played the entire game twice, right? And just experiencing that and looking back and being like, that trailer, you see a lot of stuff that's maybe misleading. You see a lot of stuff that's like, people say it's like overhyped because it's not going to be like all that. And I look back at that trailer, I'm like, no, that's exactly what goes through. We like the moment we saw that trailer, that's what we were getting, man. Like that tone, the atmosphere, everything, the way it looked, everything. And it's just stuff like that where it's like people. I'm not saying that people should just blindly praise Sony because Sony makes great games. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that I think you talk about internet trolls, you talk about, people just kind of creating narratives, spinning them, and trying to proliferate them. I think the biggest travesty right now for PlayStation is that we're witnessing PlayStation in a spot where they have not screwed up, in my opinion, with their game output. I feel like the closest thing I feel like you could get is maybe GT7 with the microtransaction controversy. Or maybe, if you really want to push it, I don't know if you could call it a screw up, but, charging $70 for The Last of Us remake. These are the two things that come to mind. But even then, it's like, okay, even if you were rubbed the wrong way about GT7, even if you're rubbed the wrong way about The Last of Us remake, I mean, nobody's making you buy The Last of Us remake or GT7. Why is it that people are almost beginning to kind of get to a point where it's like, you know what, it doesn't really matter if Sony puts out great games anymore? And that's the most disturbing aspect to all of this, where it's just like when Horizon Forbidden West launched. I understand it's a sequel, so there's not going to be as much hype. It's not as brand new. And I understand that maybe to some people the story didn't live up to what they were hoping it would. But this narrative basically began to take hold where, it only got an 88 on Metacritic, and it's clear, it had a couple bugs. And then before you know it, it's like now you begin to see that it's just not as clear cut as, frankly, in my opinion, it should be. Where, to me, Horizon Forbidden West is just objectively a very good, high-quality game. Even if it's not your cup of tea, it's objectively a very good game. But yet, I don't know, man. You don't see the type of praise around it that, say, you did for a game like Horizon Zero Dawn. It's just not as strong. And look, this is just an assessment on my part. I'm not saying this is actually how it is. This is just one person's opinion. And I know I sound pretty down, but I think God of War Ragnarok is really going to put things in perspective. I do. I say this because, and I'm not trying to, I know people are like, oh, you're going to jinx it. Like, it's not a matter, it's not possible, first of all. God of War Ragnarok, in my opinion, based off of everything we've seen so far, and especially that last trailer, okay? We've seen some gameplay. We've seen multiple trailers at this point. And again, especially that last one. This game should absolutely take over. I mean, it's just like once Ragnarok drops, that's it. It sucks up all the oxygen in the room. And there's nothing else that can stand near it. That's what I see when I see God of War Ragnarok. And I'm just waiting to see if that actually happens or not. Because I'm telling you now, guys, just based off, it's all anecdotal on my part, but I have seen just so much more. I don't know. I don't want to say it's blatant negativity because it's not necessarily that, but I've seen just a lot more people seemingly hesitant and not as sold on God of War this time around and feeling like there might be something that could go awry here. And this is just where I'm like, bro, I must be getting out of touch. I must be getting out of touch because saying Elden Ring is exactly the proof that MBG is right. It's full of bugs, but the initial reviewers look past them, and now the narrative is that it's somehow a 100 game. Anyway, I'm going on and on here. Let me read some of these super chats. So KD, yeah, I agree with you there. William Aguilar, thank you for the generous donation, my friend. You're saying Final Fantasy 16 and Need for Speed trailer coming this month. Helldivers 2, Overdose, Project Ocean, Grand Blue Fantasy, and more that I can't say have trailers that are done and ready to be shown. I have seen them. There might be a showcase this month. Well, I am going to talk about that. Obviously, I have this poll here regarding the showcase I'm asking you guys about, and you are bringing up a lot of good stuff here. So we're going to discuss that, William. I'm not saying, if you look at my title, this is like the main topic I wanted to dive into is Sony could have big plans for October, and everything I'm discussing kind of feeds off of, one another. So what we're talking about now is going to segue into this conversation about what can we expect from PlayStation this month. And I'm going to get into that. But you're definitely pointing out some key things here, William. Axis Hawk, you're saying, I still love PlayStation, but I personally think they peaked during 2016 to 2018, especially 2016. I still remember me sitting at E3 when God of War was revealed. Chills. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's too early to determine that because what you're describing, PlayStation in 2016 and 2018, or between that time period, we could be right on the cusp of basically round two of that happening again. Because it's worth noting that 2016, 17, and 18, that is like those were peak years for the PlayStation 4 console. That's something that's worth noting. Those were peak years for the PlayStation 4 console. We have not yet gotten to what would be considered a peak year for the PlayStation 5. If anything, 2023 is going to be the first peak year. So we could be getting ready for round two here, man. Josh, again, you're saying, I can't believe I'm saying this, but as weeks go by, I don't know where Sony is going to just slip in a showcase, but how could they not do one this year? Yeah, like I said, man, it is weird. It is weird. I have to admit, like, I mean, I know there's like conversation about Sony's going to do a showcase in October, but is that not weird? I feel like that's bizarre. Like, I feel like that is just so kind of unexpected and not traditional that no one could have ever predicted a showcase in October. And so it almost makes you feel like, I don't know, man, like how much of this is just pure hopium at this point? That's the part that's hard to determine. How much of it is just hopium and wanting something to happen that's just not going to happen? Like it's maybe obvious to some people, but we don't know. So I hear you, Josh. And Axis Hawk, again, you're saying, honestly, I miss Sean Layden. He was PlayStation. Yeah, unfortunately, he went to Tencent, man. I don't know. It's hard to determine. I mean, look, Sean Layden did obviously a lot of great work for PlayStation, but it's really difficult to say what a PlayStation under his leadership, like if you were to take out Jim Ryan and put Sean Layden there, what would change? What would change? I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you this. Here's something you might want to think about. Sean Layden, one of the last things he said before he left PlayStation was that he thinks games need to become a bit like they need to come down in size. He was saying that he thinks games are getting too big and it's becoming impossible to keep up with. And this is where I feel like Jim Ryan clearly has the opposite mindset. And this is where I do wonder if PlayStation fans are as against Jim Ryan as they believe they are, only because keep in mind, like when we see Ghost of Tsushima 2, or I don't know if it's going to be called that, but the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima, when we see that, it's going to be significantly bigger in probably multiple ways than the first game. And it's probably going to have a significantly higher budget. And so I feel like we're kind of seeing this where Jim Ryan seems okay with the notion of bigger budgets, bigger, better games. And I'm not saying that we can't have something to supplement that, like what we saw with Miles Morales. I think that's a great example of something that's smaller and not bigger budget, bigger game, but still great. And so just as somebody who is a big fan, like my biggest draw to PlayStation, simply put, are their big AAA exclusives and their big AAA games. That's what draws me to PlayStation. So, Jim Ryan has proven to me at this point anyway that he's not saying no to bigger budgets. He's not saying no to big AAA games. And it's hard for me to feel upset that Jim Ryan's the one in charge, because it's like we could have somebody in charge who would say that, who would say we're scaling down, not up with our AAA games. We could see that, and we're not. And so that's just something, in my opinion, that's worth kind of, giving Jim Ryan a little bit of credit for here, because I almost wonder if Sean Layden were to be in charge, if that's exactly what would happen, if they would actually be scaling down, not up. Now, I'm not saying scaling up, couldn't have its own drawbacks. It could, but we haven't seen that quite yet. Not with PlayStation, anyway. Chris B, member 26 months, you're saying any Sony showcase will probably be after God of War Ragnarok's launch. See, I don't believe that. I mean, I could see it happening, but I don't know that that's what I'm anticipating. And if that were to be the case, then that means the showcase is it's gonna have to be PlayStation Experience. If they're doing it after God of War is launching in November, and then you have the Game Awards in December. So I don't know, guys. Look, maybe this is the year Sony brings back PlayStation Experience. That could be a thing. And that would be quite the surprise, wouldn't it? KD, you're saying MBG is a previous Xbox stand. Just imagine if Horizon Forbidden West dropped on Xbox and how they would have treated it like their Breath of the Wild. LOL. That game was definitely underrated. It was. And this is where I'm saying, man, it's like, what is it with the gaming industry and the strange just double standards that exist? Truthfully, I'm not talking just about Xbox here. I just mean, like, we see games that are made, they're put out like yearly, right? We see games that are constantly in these cycles where they're put out cyclically and there's like minimal change. And yet these games can still get solid review scores and solid praise. And I guess what I'm trying to highlight here is it just seems like there are these situations where you see a gaming publisher and developer turning out the same exact game over and over and over again, and minor changes, minor improvements, nothing groundbreaking, and people are just like falling over themselves, praising it. But then you can take another game series, another publisher, another developer that are doing the exact same thing, but for one reason or another, they don't get the pass. They don't get the pass. Instead, they get the criticism. They get the more critical touch. And this is where I'm just like, what the hell is it with these double standards that exist? And I'm not pointing at any one particular game, but I see this all the time in the gaming industry. And I'm like, which is it, man? Like, what are we okay with and what are we not okay with? It blows my mind. And you're talking about Horizon Forbidden West. You're talking about how if that dropped on Xbox. Listen, man, if there's one thing I've noticed with the way things are in 2022 when it comes to, Xbox and PlayStation and Microsoft and Sony, it's that they're like the vocal minorities, unfortunately, they really are kind of ruining it for everyone else, because Microsoft just dropped Grounded. Microsoft just dropped Grounded on Xbox. And look, I haven't played it, so I can't judge it. And I'm not going to sit here and say, I'm not going to say a single thing about the game because I haven't played it. I cannot judge it because I haven't played it. I've seen quite a few video clips of it. I've seen that it's reviewing well, so it's clearly a good game. But when I tell you that I've seen quite a few Xbox fans basically coming out and being like, bro, game of the year. And again, I'm not saying that it couldn't be a game of the year contender, but what I do fucking know is that quite a few of these people who are just all over Grounded and talking about, oh, goddamn, this is it, baby. This is it, Grounded. That's fine, dude. Like, if it's a good game is a good game. A great game is a great game. And actually, it does look kind of good, right? But I know for a fact that quite a few of these same people were probably the same ones clipping Horizon Forbidden West, glitches, being critical of, oh, I think they reused the same animation when Aloy's, using her hook, and just basically talking about how, Horizon Forbidden West overrated, not as good as people make it sound. And this is what I mean. Is it's like, this is the stuff that we continue to see. And Horizon Forbidden West is a great game. And from what people are are what I see people saying of Grounded. Grounded seems like a great game as well, which is actually interesting because I remember when Grounded was first announced, people were like, "Oh my god, what is this? I don't know that this is the answer." And got to give some credit to Microsoft here, where they saw the game through and they're like, "Go ahead, Obsidian, like make this game." And now it's got a full release, people are enjoying it. But I'm just saying, it's like this is what I mean, man, where it's like just weird double standards that you know that exist all over the place. You're saying is well, the difference is one is on Game Pass and you're not having to pay for it, where the other you are paying for it. I mean, yeah, that is true. I can agree with that. It's true. You could only access Horizon by paying full price for it, but I don't know. I guess it. But at the same time, it's like, we could also make the statement that Horizon Forbidden West is a much bigger game in size, scale, and scope, just on all facets, right? Than Grounded. I think we could all agree on that. And so it's like, that the whole point I'm trying to get at is like, a great game, as I said, is a great game. It doesn't matter which platform it's on necessarily. And this is where I just get confused, because getting back to my original statement, where it just seems like there are some games, and this has nothing to do with Horizon or Grounded, but again, just some games they can release over and over again. They can be the same games, just very minimal changes, very minimal improvements, and people are just all over them like, this is the greatest thing I've ever experienced. This is amazing. This is okay. It's okay for this to be still considered great. And then you see other games that are just as good, kind of doing the same thing, but like for some reason it's like they don't get a pass. And it's a weird phenomenon, and I don't know what exactly is behind it. I don't know if it's specific fan bases. And that's probably what it is, if I had to guess, like different cultures within different fan bases with different expectations and different viewpoints. That's probably what it is, but it's weird to witness sometimes. Josh Z, you're saying, I think it would be more egregious if Sony was making promises they could not keep, but they are doing exactly what they promise. The games do the talking. It's a good point, Josh. It's a good point. And that's what's so interesting to think about, whether or not there might be a showcase. Here's the thing. If Sony doesn't do a showcase this year, they are dropping God of War before the end of the year. And you do have to wonder if Sony is in a position where they're like, look, we can give our teams more time to work on their games. They don't have to have vertical slices ready. They don't have to worry about having stuff ready for a show. We're going to give them more time, and we're going to let God of War carry the load, and we're going to let God of War do the talking for us. You do have to wonder if Sony is, because that is an option for Sony. Whether or not we think it's the best option, that is an option, and they could be taking that option, and it would be fascinating. For as disappointing as it would be to not get a showcase this year, I have to admit, it would be fascinating to see, how it would play out if that's pretty much all Sony had to show for the remainder of the year is, here's God of War, because I feel like it would be difficult to be mad. It's like, dang it, Sony, you didn't announce any new games, but instead you just gave us one of the best to play right now. It's like one of those things. It's like, can you really be mad? I feel like no. I feel like the answer is no. If Sony didn't have God of War and they didn't have a big holiday release, well, at that point, it's like, yeah, Sony, you would absolutely need a showcase. But I don't know. Maybe you guys disagree with that. I see somebody saying, was Grounded $150 to $200 million budget? No way. There's no way. There's no way it was that high. Honestly, though, like the budget for it was probably higher than you would expect, though, because it's, Microsoft is probably giving their teams more money than they probably actually need, like they're probably not giving them the minimum amount of money, if I had to guess. And maybe that's the benefit of being underneath Microsoft, is you can get more than what you might actually need and put it towards the game. All right, let me see here. We have Magnum Visuals. You're saying Amazon operated at a loss with free shipping and lowest prices to put shops out of business, and then raised prices after cutting consumer choice like Microsoft. Well, you see, that's the thing, Magnum Visuals. We're not allowed to talk about that. Don't you understand? We're not allowed to talk about that. We're not allowed to talk about Microsoft and how they've proven that they will attempt to monopolize if given the opportunity. We're not allowed to highlight that trillion-dollar corporations, their goal is to kill the competition and be the only option left. We can't talk about that because, well, that's just not true, right? If you decide to say that, you're just a shill, bro. You're just a Sony shill. You're a Sony fanboy. I obviously I'm being sarcastic, but I don't know why people don't realize that, because what you just described is exactly the tactic that Microsoft is trying to implement. And the thing is, the thing with what Microsoft is doing though is that they will have competition no matter what, and that's maybe you could say the biggest difference. Amazon is obviously not a video game service. That's not what Amazon is. But the first part of what you're saying, where they're trying to they're trying to win everybody over and win the masses by undercutting everybody else at a loss because nobody else can match that loss. And then the hope is over a long enough period of time, these other businesses will collapse and they will fade away. And then Microsoft will be able to lead the charge in the future business practice and model. But they will have competition. We saw this with Netflix, dude. Netflix was the king of the hill, and they had no competition until they did. And once they had competition from other, companies, it's still fierce. It got fierce, and it put them in their place pretty quickly. And so even if Microsoft does succeed with their endeavor here, which they may or may not, it's still too early to determine, they're going to have competition. And Sony could very well be one of the main competitors, depending on how all of this shakes out. Jerome Montgomery, are you saying as long as Sony puts out good games, they can do anti-consumer stuff? I love their games, but don't let that cloud your judgment, LOL. Well, no, I could see how what I said maybe can be perceived that way for sure. And that's the thing is, I probably should make it clear that when I said that Sony is putting out great games, and nobody, people don't seem to be focusing enough on that, and it just seems like there's a new controversy every week. What I also want to add to that is that I'm not saying that the controversies shouldn't exist or shouldn't be there. I want to make that clear, because there are some things that Sony does that absolutely, as a PlayStation fan and as a PlayStation community, we should voice our concerns with, and we should push back against, especially if it really does seem straight up anti-consumer. Now, a lot of stuff gets blown severely out of proportion. And that's where the problem lies. So, for example, it's let me think, one of the more recent. Okay, so we could talk about the most recent controversy, which was the PlayStation Stars thing, where if you become a 4-star PlayStation Stars member, it's a free loyalty program, so it doesn't cost money to sign up. But to become a 4-star member, you have to buy some games, unlock some trophies. You essentially have to show that you're an engaged customer. One of the benefits you get with a 4-star loyalty membership is you get customer service prioritization. Now, they didn't say that you get better customer service, as in they're going to treat you differently. But what they did say is you basically get to cut the line in the chat queue. And this is another situation where, dude, I'm not kidding. When I woke up that day and I first saw people talking about this, and I saw all the headlines, and it's just everywhere, right? It was even trending temporarily. And I'm looking at this stuff. I'm like, damn, dude, what did Sony do this time? This must be pretty damn bad. And I saw that that's what it was. And the worst part was I didn't see anybody mentioning that it was that's all you got. You got to move up in the chat queue. I was under the impression, because I saw people were saying that, like, oh, you're basically not going to be able to get customer service. And here's the point. This is a situation where I can see both sides of the coin. I could see where people are like, this is stupid. Like, Sony, this is stupid, and you're moronic for doing this. Okay? I can see that side. I can also see the side where there are a lot of people, and this is just where it's like, I can't really be mad at them either. There's a lot of people where they're just like, whatever, like, I don't really care. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's what I can say about that in particular, though. And the reason why I'm highlighting this one, because it's the most recent, you say, so we should just ignore. No, it's not about ignoring it. It's like, for me personally, I literally couldn't give two shits. Just realistically speaking, like, I don't care if somebody is a 4-star loyalty member that they get to move up ahead of me if I'm in a chat queue trying to get a refund or something. I do not care. That's just me personally. I do not care at all. Like, Sony's customer service sucks. It's terrible. If anything, Sony should just come out with a statement saying, we're going to improve our customer service. Just do that. That's a win. That's a win right there. Like, just do that. That's all you have to do, but they're not going to do that. So it's like, okay. But for me personally, I do not care about this. However, when I see everybody writing their headlines and coming out and it's trending, and I'm just like, well, all right, let me evaluate this. And my conclusion is, yeah, this is a pretty dumb move, Sony. This is totally unnecessary. You could have added anything as a benefit. This was probably the last thing you should have added as a benefit. And if anything, what it makes me do, because again, like, I cover PlayStation. So when I see that something like this is kind of, it's moving up and people are talking about it, it's like, oh, I should pay attention. What's going on here? What I come back down to is it's simply like, this is a perfect example of Sony, you're getting in your own way totally unnecessarily. Totally unnecessarily. There are some things like what Sony did with the price increase of the PS5. Like, that was a situation where I kind of jumped the gun, because when you look deeper into it, you realize that what Sony is doing is adjusting for inflation. And yeah, you can say, wow, Sony, you suck for doing that because your competition isn't. But at the end of the day, Sony's just making it clear that if you're going to buy a PlayStation console, like, it doesn't matter where you're buying it, you're going to pay the equivalent of $500. Or if you're buying a digital console, you're going to pay the equivalent of $400, US dollars. That's what Sony did. And to me, that's a little bit more like, well, I'm not saying that I'm rooting for that. And I did say at the time that Sony maybe should just consider eating the cost there. But at the same time, this is where it's like, they're a business. They're here to make money. Like, they're here to make a profit off of their console. I'm not going to sit here and say Sony is a bad company for wanting to make decisions that are like, you know what? We want to make money off of the PlayStation 5s we sell. Do I know that they can afford to eat the loss? Of course they could. But it's just like, people want me to get out the pitchfork and it's like, whatever, man. Sure. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's great and I'm happy they're raising prices. Definitely not. But it's like, whatever, man. I paid for my console. I don't know. I'm assuming people. It's like, I heard in Japan had like the biggest price increase, and people were showing me, they're like, dude, look, it's if you look at how the price is being adjusted, people, when you adjust, they were basically paying like $300, the equivalent of $300 or $350. And I'm like, oh, well, I didn't know that. So it's like, I guess I can understand why Sony was like, we're going to just raise the prices here. So it is what it is. You know, I'm just tired of pretending or feeling like I have to pretend that I'm like personally always upset with what Sony's doing, because I'm just not. And you could call me a shill, you could call me a fanboy, maybe to a degree that's what I am in the eyes of some people, but it's just like, I'm here for Sony's games. All right, like I'm gonna be real, I don't really care literally at all about this new PlayStation Stars program. You know, I don't care about like a lot of these smaller things, because that's just not why I'm here. That's not why I'm engaged with the PlayStation brand. I think some of it's cool, some of it's questionable. Like, the point I'm trying to get at here, because I know people are going to misinterpret what I'm saying. The point I'm trying to get at is, when you talk about all these like controversies and all the decisions that Sony's making, it's not a good look for them. But I feel like where we have to be a little bit more nuanced in our understanding, if we're going to pay this close attention to it all, you look at what Sony did with PlayStation Stars, saying reach level 4 and you get essentially prioritization and customer service. You take that and you stack that up against Sony announcing they're going to raise the price of the PS5 in all these regions, right? They're not comparable, and they're two very different things. And I feel like I feel like everybody could kind of get together and look at each other and be like, Sony, this whole PlayStation Stars better customer service thing, pretty stupid. Just shouldn't exist. It just shouldn't exist. And I think everybody could agree with that. Like, it's okay for this not to exist. Where things get more complicated is, again, if you want to look deeper into it, if you look at why Sony raised the price of the PS5, this is where I see so many people actually coming out and being like, dude, this is why Sony's doing it. This is why it's happening. And what people do is they take people who are coming out and being logical and offering an explanation, not even an opinion, just offering an explanation, and basically tearing them to shreds. Where it's like, you're trying to explain to me why this corporation chose to raise their prices on their products, and it makes complete sense, and you're making total logical sense right now? Well, you're just a fucking shill. That's what happens, dude. And that's why it's like, people just make it so it's like there's no room for nuanced conversation. There's no room for anything beyond just extreme reactions. And it's really why, like, people sometimes wonder why, like, oh, how come it seems like you're not the first one to talk about this thing? It's like, because, dude, I don't want to be the first one to talk about it, because I already know the shitstorm that's going to ensue. And the shitstorm comes from extreme reactions, people not willing to have a different perspective or to see more than one perspective. And that's why. Somebody says, similar to The Last of Us 2, nothing but extreme reactions, nothing in the middle. Exactly. You're saying, Swizz, when your competitors don't do it, then there is no explanation. See, that's what I'm saying, where that's actually not true, man. That's actually not true. Like, the reason why Microsoft can come out and say, we're not doing this, is because Microsoft's entire business model, and I'm going to move on after this, Microsoft's entire business model is eat the cost. And, this is where it's just like, when Sony raised the price of the PS5, I said, damn, Sony, it's not a good look. I can understand why you're doing it. It's not a good look. You probably should try to eat the cost. But I'm just saying, if a business at the end of the day, a company who needs to, people who are running the ship, they need to maximize their profits. If they're like, look, we're making the PS5 this price, that's how it's going to be. Whatever, do what you got to do. I'm not saying people should be happy about it, but I'm just saying, it's like, It's a little bit different compared to the whole PlayStation Stars thing. I don't know, man. There's so many different controversies with PlayStation anymore. I can't even keep up, frankly. I can't. Like, I can't keep up, and I don't know. You're saying, okay, MBG, but you don't want to say, yeah, it's bad, but I can't control them. Instead, you talk about how viewers are polarized and extreme in their views. Well, you're saying going from 200% profit to 150% profit. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If you go back and listen to what I said, I did advocate for Sony to, to just maybe consider eating the cost. I'm just saying a lot of people react as if this is going to determine, you know what? I'll put it as simply as this. You ready? And then I'm going to run down these super chats. I'll put it as simply as this. How many people, and it's just a thought exercise here, all right? Because we don't actually have an answer, but it's a thought exercise. How many people do you think exist on Twitter with profiles, exist on YouTube, they exist on anywhere where you can leave a comment and leave your thoughts? How many people do you think say for a particular video game, oh yeah, they hear some bad news about the video game and they're like, I ain't buying that. Nope. And they'll leave a comment saying that they're not buying the game, they're not supporting it. But in real life, they actually end up buying the game. And that comment exists, and they made that comment. And they could have completely just trashed the game. They could have left an entire essay on why they're not supporting the game, and then they just buy the game. And no one knows, and it doesn't matter. I mean, that happens. If I had to guess, that happens literally. I'm saying literally as if I know. I don't know, but it wouldn't shock me if that happened more than 75% of the time with most things, because that's the way it is, man. It's just like you see everybody shitting on Rockstar Games and GTA Online, and yet people are still going out and buying GTA like it's going out of style, like it's weird. So it is what it is, man. And I guess the reason why I'm pointing this out is because I feel like it's a very similar situation when you see the constant outrage with things. And I think Sony knows that. And I feel like that's kind of why you probably don't see Sony reacting too much or seemingly, I hate to phrase it this way. I don't want to say that it's that Sony doesn't care, but it's just Sony's probably looking at the PR and seeing the outrage, and then they're over here looking at their earnings reports, and they're like, so I guess the outrage doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? It's just like how everybody lost their mind when the PS5 price was raised in Japan, and then you look at the numbers come out like a couple months later, and the PS5's it's doing like better in Japan than it was previously. You can't make this shit up, man. This is why I'm saying, like, people wonder why. This is why. It's because most internet outrage is not real life. And even though social media can have an influence on real life, in this case, I feel like we kind of see the opposite happen frequently. You're saying all the earnings reports are down. That's true, but I feel like that's just kind of the gaming industry as a whole. Like even a game like The Last of Us 2, for as polarizing as that was with the insane leaks, it still sold incredibly well. It still made Sony a ton of money. And that was a situation that was very like, this could go downhill badly. Like, people have every reason in the world not to buy this game, because it leaked. The entire thing of it leaked, and everybody online saying don't buy it, and it still did incredibly well. So anyway, I apologize. I do this sometimes on my podcast. I get way too long-winded, and I'm going down a rabbit hole that's just not really all that interesting. So I apologize. All right. I do want to turn the podcast around a little bit, though, because I feel like we've been I feel like I've been a little a little overly negative here. Want to change the tone a bit. All right, trying to figure out where I am with the super chats. I got a little bit off track. Oh, Jerome, sorry. I should have read this as soon as you finished your first super chat. You said, it is because that, or you're saying it is BS that PC players, that they get the definitive version of PS5 games at a cheaper price with all the DLC. PS5 owners are getting F. So, Jerome, this is a good, it's interesting you bring this up, Jerome. You're basically saying that PC players are getting better treatment by PlayStation than PlayStation fans are. You're saying that they're getting the definitive versions of now PS5 games. We saw Sackboy: A Big Adventure, PS5 game, and we're seeing Returnal. Returnal is probably going to be announced any week now because it keeps leaking out. Here's the important thing, though, man. Like, I totally understand where you're coming from, because in a way you are not wrong. Like, when we see a game like Sackboy: A Big Adventure or Returnal, when you see that these games are being released on PC, they are technically the definitive versions where you have all the extra bells and whistles. You can push the games to the max, and like you said, if there's DLC, they're getting DLC with it. Here's the one thing that we have to keep in mind, though, and I'm not saying this couldn't change. It absolutely could change. So don't interpret this as me saying it's not going to change. I'm just saying right now, it's just the objective truth. It's worth pointing out that while PC owners may be getting the definitive versions of these games, they're getting them much later on. And that's, to me, that's the important thing to point out here, because let's just talk about it, all right? Because it's the truth. God of War Ragnarok is going to release on PC. It's going to release on PC. It could be same thing with Horizon Forbidden West. I'll just use Horizon Forbidden West, right? That's going to release on PC. We don't know when. It might not release. It could release sometime next year. It could release later than that, but it's coming to PC. And so will God of War Ragnarok. I'll just use both of them. Now, God of War Ragnarok, here's the best way I could explain why I don't care about these games going to PC. Okay? The reason why I don't care about a game like Sackboy: A Big Adventure or Returnal going to PC is the same reason I don't care about God of War going to PC. God of War is coming out on November 9th. I see people sometimes say like, oh yeah, I can't, like LOL, it's releasing on PC. And it's like, I don't think people quite understand. Like, I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait. That's not going to happen. So God of War is coming out on PS5 and PS4. It's not coming out on PC. There's undoubtedly a PC version that's being developed, but I'm not going to wait around. Now, if you were to tell me, well, hey, in the next couple of years, Sony's going to announce that all of their games, including brand new single player games, are going to release day and date on PC, well, I'll have some decisions to make. I'll have to think about whether or not I want to invest in PC gaming, if that's how I would prefer to play my PlayStation games, or if I want to stick with console. I'll probably stick with console just because it's what I know. And although I will feel a certain way that if I could get a better version on PC, that might change my opinion and change my mind if I could adjust to PC gaming. But that's the thing that we have to highlight here, is that you can be upset at games going to PC. You can say that these are the definitive versions and they're better than the PS5 versions, but you also have to acknowledge that, dude, these PC players are getting Sackboy: A Big Adventure almost 2 years later. In 1 month, it'll be 2 years later, because that was a launch title for the PS5. And this is where I'm just like, if I was a PC gamer that cared about Sackboy: A Big Adventure, I would have a PS5 to play that game. And so, this is where it's like, if you're wondering if a game like Horizon Forbidden West, if you're wondering if a game like God of War Ragnarok, if you're wondering if these games are going to go to PC, they more than likely are. Like there's support teams at Sony right now that are likely working on these games. And yeah, that's a good point too. It's like, you look at a game like Ratchet and Clank, as of right now, it could change. As of right now, that's not something that's leaked out. Like we haven't seen a PC version of Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. So it's easy. Look, I see Nick in the chat saying everything will go to PC. It could, but we don't know. Like that's why I won't go to PC. Again, I have to think, like, to me, it would be a big adjustment to get used to PC gaming because I just don't game that way. I don't. But if it's like everything's going to PC, we don't know that. And what I do know is this. Everything that PlayStation produces is guaranteed to be there day one on my PS5. I cannot say that with PC. This isn't Microsoft. Sony isn't Microsoft yet, if they're even going to ever be Microsoft, right? Sony isn't doing the same thing Microsoft is. So I know people are like, they're interpreting what I'm saying. Some people might be interpreting what I'm saying as like, oh, you're just afraid, MBG. You don't want everything. You don't want everything to go to PC. It has nothing to do with that. I at this point, I don't care. Sony has drawn the line in the sand, and that is there is no line in the sand. It's free game here. Sony doesn't have, Sony can change their plan at any moment. Sony could snap their fingers and say, from this point forward, all of our games are releasing day and date on PC, and there you go. And that's just what's going to happen. I don't know that they're not going to do that. I'm just looking at what is in front of me right now. And, it's like, I see some people getting really upset. They're like, damn, how is Returnal going to PC already? And Sackboy, and it's like, I guess all PS5s are going to go to PC. It's like, well, I mean, you're assuming to know the future. It's like, I can't be upset at Sackboy going to PC because it's like, dude, I bought that game at the launch of the PS5. I played it at the launch of the PS5. I completed it within a month, and it's been sitting in a case on my shelf ever since. You know what I mean? It's like, so how the hell could I feel mad at like, they're taking my Sackboy and they're putting that on PC? It's like, I can't. Same thing with Returnal. Returnal's another game where it's like that one, assuming Returnal comes out, I don't know. We don't know when Returnal's coming out. Let's just say it comes out before the end of this year. It might not, but let's just assume it does. Then that means Returnal would have been out for about a year and a half, roughly, about that time frame, and then it launched on PC. And that's the thing, though, dude. Is like, again, like I bought that game at launch because I want it to be there day one. I played it for a couple months. I platinumed it, and it's been sitting on my shelf ever since. To me, this is like the equivalent of like letting a friend borrow a game. You know what I mean? It's like, I bought this game when it launched. I played it. I extracted everything out of it. It's been sitting on my shelf ever since. If my friend came to me like a year later or even 6 months later and was like, bro, can I borrow the game and play it? It's like, sure, man, go ahead, enjoy. I hope you enjoy. Granted, PC players not getting it for free. And you're saying like cheaper prices. See, this is the one thing with Sony going to PC that I'm going to pay close attention to. I want to know if Sony really... See, here's the thing we have to keep in mind. If Sony is planning to ever do day and date with their games, we have to realize that this means they're going to have to sell their games for $70 on PC at minimum. And I think that's I could see Sony doing that. But I don't know, man. I just feel like Sony feels like they have a good thing going where, hey, we released this game a year and a half, 2 years, sometimes 3 years later, sometimes 4 years later. You get it for $10 less, maybe $20 less. It's like, again, a game that's multiple years old. I'm not going to lose sleep knowing that people on PC are saving 10 or $20. like, to me, I feel like I would be willing to pay that extra 10 or 20 bucks if it means I can play the game day one when it launches. So I just wanted to have this conversation because we're seeing more games go to PC, and I already told you guys, when we see Sony announce their live service games, mark my words, they're going to be announcing that these games, these service games, are going to launch on PC day and date with PC. Absolutely. So let me see here. I really, again, got on a kind of side tangent there. You Takasaki. Okay, hopefully I said your name correctly. Thank you, my friend. You're saying PlayStation home console is the most profitable it's ever been. I think Sony now really lacks a personality like Sean Layden and Andrew House. So the essence of the PS3 and PS4 era classic Sony is almost completely absent. That's well put, you. I think there's certainly truth to that. And you could say that probably is one of the biggest things that's missing, because there really is nobody out here to communicate directly with the fans. We get direct communication with the State of Play lady, who's faceless, and blog posts, which are also faceless. And we very, very rarely ever see Jim Ryan. And that's the thing, is like, Jim Ryan probably could improve his reputation a lot if he were to try to be a little bit more personable, but maybe that's he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't feel comfortable for whatever reason. And maybe you could say it's too late for him to do that. But even, I think like Herman Holst is in a great position to be able to be that kind of face alongside still Shuhei Yoshida, where they should be allowed to interact more and they should be more forward facing. I think that would really benefit them, because the one thing you're saying that's, something I think a lot of people don't realize is, you're right. The PlayStation home console is at this point in time is more profitable than it's ever been. And it's in a very healthy spot. And Sony's going to want to do everything they can to keep building off that and continue to make it more profitable. And I just hope that we don't see a scenario where like it becomes more profitable and they build off that and they feel like we don't need to have any personality. But maybe that's the reality, man. Maybe Sony doesn't have to have a personality, whether we like that or not. And so it's true. The PS3 and PS4 days, we could look back and we could look at those as the final days where there were personalities. I saw people were saying they should bring back, what was it? Kevin Butler. Was that the guy? He was like that. He was like the fake executive for PlayStation during like the PS3 days. That was so awesome. Like I feel like that was such a cool and smart thing to do for Sony. And it was like Sony kind of making fun of themselves a little bit and just making fun of like the corporate world of gaming. And I don't know. I think they should bring that back. So, I see somebody asking me to talk about Silent Hill. We're going to get to that. Don't worry. We're going to talk about that. All right. I gotta gather myself here. I'm kind of entering that point where my second wind is probably coming in the next 15 to 30 minutes, I'd say. We're 2 hours in now. All right, let me see here. So thank you for that, you. Pragmatic Cat, you're saying maybe Sony goes big at the Game Awards. Certainly a possibility, Pragmatic Cat, assuming that Sony doesn't do a showcase. If Sony doesn't do a showcase this year, then I would definitely assume it's because they're going to have at least one big thing reserved for the Game Awards. So maybe there's a bit of a silver lining there. And I'm excited for the Game Awards. I get excited for the Game Awards every year. I don't know why, but I do. I guess because it just feels like a good cap to the end of the year. But a lot of times the Game Awards drag on way too long. Like I feel like they go on for like 3 hours. Sometimes it's like, whoa, they're really losing me here. But I always look forward to it. KD, you're saying you got to expect a new narrative from trolls whenever PlayStation drops a new game at this point. That's just what the console wars did to gaming. Kanye shrugged. You're probably right, man. And I think that's really I got to stop getting ahead of myself. I always get ahead of myself by making these statements like, I'm not going to do this or I'm not going to do that. And I just know that that's probably not true. So, what I wanted to say is, I'm not going to listen to any of the narratives surrounding God of War Ragnarok when it launches, and I'm not going to pay attention. But I have no idea what's going to happen with God of War Ragnarok. And I think it's more likely that when I do a podcast the week of Ragnarok's launch, we're probably going to be talking about things that are being talked about regarding God of War. It would, I think at this point it's safe to say that that's a thing that's going to happen. But what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to identify the things that truly are worth talking about versus the things that are just like, this is nonsensical and this is not even worth looking at, let alone acknowledging. So, that is true, KD. I'm gonna have to be on the lookout for that. Jerome Montgomery, you're saying if Sony was selling, would you want Xbox to buy or an outside company like Amazon, Apple, Google, and what would Game Pass look like? Well, I don't know that Sony would ever sell, but just in a hypothetical scenario, who would I want to acquire them? I mean, geez. I feel like we would lose either. Like, I don't know, man. I see somebody saying Google, they would inject cash into PlayStation. I feel like if Amazon, Apple, or Google, I'm not going to say Microsoft because that couldn't happen. But if like Amazon, I don't even think Amazon, Apple, or Google could happen either. But if it were to happen, I would want whatever company is going to turn to Sony and say, we aren't going to touch anything you're doing. We just want to make money. So just do what you're doing. And if you need more money to make that a reality, we'll give you more money. That's all I would want. So maybe that would be Amazon, maybe that would be Apple, maybe that would be Google. But if that were to ever happen, that's, to me, that would be the most desired outcome. And what would Game Pass look like? I don't know, man. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know what Game Pass is going to look like. I could sit here and try to predict what Game Pass is going to look like 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, but we're going to have to see, man. We're going to have to see. Just like I don't know what Sony's going to look like 5 years from now. So thank you for that, Jerome. Raxon, you're saying Horizon code. Oh, okay. That's, I guess, so he's giving out a Horizon code and saying good luck. I don't know if anybody copped that yet. But thank you for that, man. I think that was like the first time I ever had a super chat with somebody giving out a code. I'm assuming that's a real code and it worked. So let me know if you're the person who got that. Pretty cool, man. Thanks. We have Josh. You're saying there is a double standard. Have you seen IGN NGCW show? The title of the episode was Best PS5 and Xbox Series X Games 2022. No section talking about PS5 games. No, I didn't see that. I don't watch IGN anymore. It's been a long time since I've interacted with IGN or watched anything from them. It's kind of surprising to me. Is IGN still relevant? Truthfully speaking, like, is it actually relevant? I mean, I know it still exists. I know it still gets like some traction, some traffic, but I feel like IGN isn't kind of where it was a couple years ago or even like a decade ago. Certainly not. But I don't know. Maybe they are still relevant. But I don't interact with IGN, frankly. But what you're describing, yeah, that sounds, I guess I'm not surprised. Magnum Visuals, you're saying, I like this because it won't affect us given that we buy games. This only affects casuals, which I am okay with because we get better games without them. And that's the thing, Magnum Visuals. That's the thing. I don't want to get left behind. I don't think anybody wants to feel that way. But I don't know that I always view it like that. I feel like the gaming industry, more than ever, I feel like the casual influence it's just stronger than ever before, to a degree. Not saying that everything is becoming casualized, but I don't know, man. I really feel like we're going to have to see how things begin to unfold with Sony, knowing that they have these big IP, they have these, like, there can be a balance. That's all I'm trying to say. I get a feeling sometimes that the casual market is beginning to creep in a little too much, but not, I don't know that that's actually true. I think it can just feel like that sometimes. And that's just the nature of, casuals in gaming, is that a lot of times the most played games are usually the most casual. So that's why I think it can feel like it's creeping in too much. I just get nervous when I imagine Sony wanting to chase after them aggressively, because that's not what I want, frankly. PlayStation Pete, member for 12 months, saying purchased 12 PS5 games during Hurricane Ian. Yeah, that hurricane was insane, dude. That's a lot of games, man. Was there any specific reason to do so? Were you like, feeling nervous and you're, that was your way of kind of like, I'm just going to, as long as my power doesn't go out, I'm just going to dive deep into all these games. It's a lot of games though, man. Magnum Visuals, you're saying Herman Holst said not all games are going to PC. That's true, but I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't know anymore. I'm not saying we shouldn't pay attention to what Sony executives or executives of these gaming companies say. We should pay attention because we have to know what's going on. But the important thing that I think we have to remember is that it's not that they're lying. It's not that they're lying. It's just that when you hear, for example, somebody like Herman Holst say, we're not going to put all of our games on PC, he's saying that at a specific moment in time. And you have to understand that that could change. That could be their exact strategy in that moment. And then 2 years from when he said that, things have changed and their strategy might change. And that's just important to keep in mind when we talk about anything that Jim Ryan, Herman Holst, or anybody else, Shuhei Yoshida, anything they're saying it's at Sony, it could change. And we have to just always bear that in mind. You, Takazaki, once again, you're saying, why does he act like 100% of the PC world are packed with RTX 3080? Many PCs can't run The Matrix Awakens. Not every PC has a definitive edition. That's a good point, you. That's a good point. We should probably take into account that there are going to be quite a few people playing these PlayStation games that are actually running, like, the games are looking worse than they would on the PS5. Maybe not significantly so, but certainly not what you would consider the definitive versions. And yeah, it is what it is, man. I think, to give my assessment briefly before moving on to another topic here, to give my assessment on the general feeling, and this is where I think I am going to speak for a portion of the PlayStation fan base, not everybody. The general assessment for me is I just get this feeling that a lot of PlayStation fans are just not happy to see, and by PlayStation fans, I'm talking about like the hardcore PlayStation fans, like those who are really the enthusiasts. I think they're just not happy to see Sony so aggressively, just so rapidly and aggressively pushing for more of their games on PC. Only because I feel like it's still an adjustment and it still makes PlayStation fans feel a certain way, because let's face it, Sony has conditioned PlayStation console owners to feel special. I mean, that sounds maybe a little bit ridiculous, but it's true, where throughout every PlayStation generation, Sony has always conveyed this kind of they've conveyed this sense of PlayStation exclusive. That's right, only on PlayStation. And it's, it's something that has a prestige around it. And then And then just like out of nowhere, they're like, and you know what? You're not the only one that's going to get these games anymore. So yeah, it's not really special anymore. And, I just feel like there are a lot of PlayStation fans that were just like, what the, like, that's not, but that's not how PlayStation does things. And I think right now, PlayStation fans are, you're again, Sony's kind of giving you, I don't want to say it's not like an ultimatum. It's not that serious, but you either are going to just look at what Sony's doing on PC and accept it and say, okay, like I don't really care. I play on a PlayStation console. I want to just enjoy my PlayStation games on my PlayStation console. That's how I've always enjoyed it. I literally don't care about games going to PC. Or you're going to be the kind of, PlayStation fan that's like, this isn't Sony's identity. This isn't PlayStation's identity. This is, Sony shouldn't be trying to they shouldn't be trying to put their games out there for people who aren't actually interested enough to buy their console. And I can understand some of the arguments that people make, but at the end of the day, I feel like, especially at this point, when you see how aggressive Sony's getting with it, my recommendation to anybody, PlayStation fan or not, but specifically like PlayStation enthusiasts, I would just look at it. I would recommend just looking at it as, look, regardless of how you feel, this is what Sony's doing for their business. And it's not going to stop you from buying a PlayStation console, buying PlayStation games, and enjoying the hell out of them on your PlayStation console. And it's like, for a long time, people would bring up the argument like, well, why would I buy a PlayStation console if I can just get their games on PC? And I think it's like, at one point in time, people felt like, well, I gotta come up with an answer. I have to have an answer. And I think at some point it just kind of settled in where it's like, no, you don't. You don't have to answer that question. And that question doesn't actually matter because people can just do what they want. You know what I mean? Like if, and I actually learned that through watching Microsoft, where I realized that people who want to game on console with Microsoft are just going to buy the console, and they're not going to care. Like, they're just not going to care. And people who do care, it's just like the quickest way to shut down the argument. Like, what's the point of having a console if I can just play on PC? As a console player, I'll just say, then just go play on PC. Like, what does that have to do with me? You know what I mean? So, and it is worth noting that, yeah, if you want a high quality game, PC gaming experience, it's usually going to be more expensive than buying a console. You're usually going to have to invest more money into it. You can get maybe like close to equivalents for sure. Maybe you can, but a lot of people buy consoles because it's convenient. It's kind of streamlined. And, I don't know. I have no interest in PC gaming at the moment currently. So, you're saying not usually MBG PCs that go beyond PS5 and games are like $1,500 still, really? I mean, I believe that. I could believe that. And yeah, and that's the thing is like, that's where sometimes I think when people look at PC gaming and they look at how expensive it can be for quality, you see a $500 PS5 and you're not, we're still seeing with the PS5, for as powerful as it is, you still have to choose between like, do you want native 4K at 30 FPS or do you want like an upscaled 4K at 60 or do you want some ray tracing at 1080p? So like you still have to choose, and that's just the reality of console, where if you don't want to have to choose on PC, you're going to have to pay quite a bit of money to make that happen. And so just the fact that you can kind of even get some of those options with a PS5 for only $500, I think it's just the console market is there, man, and it's not going anywhere. And I think that for a long time, there was this belief that the only thing that kept the console market alive, the only thing that kept it alive were exclusive games. And that might still be true, but it might not be as well. And I feel like if that was true, shouldn't the Xbox Series consoles be selling like complete shit right now? Granted, the PS5 is outpacing the Series consoles, but the Series consoles are still selling really well. Like they're doing really good by themselves. And you could tell that the Series consoles are going to do a lot better than the Xbox Ones. And this is during a time when Microsoft has made it clear that there are no exclusives on Xbox, like zero, like actual exclusives to just that console. And it just seems like people don't really care. So I don't know. I think that Sony is still, if they're ever going to get to the spot that Microsoft is at, where there's like no more exclusives, I think it's going to take time for Sony to really embrace that, because Sony's business model relies a lot more. Like we said earlier, it's the PS console's more profitable than ever before. So it relies a lot more heavily on that traditional model. Sony really wants people. They would prefer people to buy consoles. And that's why I still think Sony is going to do exclusives for quite some time, because Sony's not putting games on PC for the same reason that Microsoft is. And I think that's important to highlight. Sony's putting games on PC to maximize profits from those games. And they're like, every game that you see go to PC, I mean, look, it's probably because they're not really selling anymore, or at least not as well. Why do you think The Last of Us Part 1, a game that had every reason to launch day and date onto PC, why do you think they announced it for PC but said it's coming to PC later? It's because they still want to try to get that game to do some lifting for them, to sell some PS5 consoles, because they know that there are going to be people who are like, damn, like I do want to play that. And I would prefer to play it on PC, but you have to imagine there are some people, I know this is going to sound insane to some people, but it's true. There are some people who probably went out there and bought a PS5 because of The Last of Us Part 1. And some of those people maybe would have bought it on PC if it launched day and date on PC, but they decided, I don't want to wait. So that's why Sony, even with a game, and that's where things become interesting, because you're beginning to see Sony announcing games for both console and PC, but basically saying PC gamers still have to wait. And this, I'm wondering right now, guys, first of all, when The Last of Us Part 1 is going to launch on PC, what's the price it's going to launch at? The distance and the price are going to matter, because you know what? I would expect to see the first price cut for The Last of Us maybe March or April of next year. And that even that feels a little bit soon, maybe May or June. That's when I could see the first price cut. And so maybe that's when they're going to launch the PC version around that time, and they'll, the new price of The Last of Us Part 1 will be just $50 flat. Price it probably should have been at first, but yeah, I just think it's worth having this conversation about Sony and PC, because we're just seeing them push very aggressively into this territory, and they're clearly making good money doing so, and they're letting these games work for them. That's all it is, and it makes sense. You know what doesn't make sense though? The fact we have not seen Demon Souls announced for PC yet. Bloodborne for PC. These games that both of these games would just do insane numbers on PC. But Sony is like, Sackboy: A Big Adventure. It's like, I'm going to be real right now. I really don't know how many PC players are sitting there being like, oh, damn, finally, I've been waiting to play Sackboy: A Big Adventure on my PC. And it's no offense to the game, but it's just like, I literally saw memes of people, their souls crushed, because they're like, dude, Sony's bringing out Uncharted, Last of Us, God of War, Horizon, and now Sackboy and Returnal, and no Demon Souls, and no Bloodborne. So We'll see. You're saying I would really like you to move on to a different topic before you run out of steam. Good point. Good point. Yeah. All right. Let me keep it going with these super chats. See, this is the nature of this podcast and why it can be difficult to balance topics, because part of it is the audience in a way is like, you guys are influencing what I'm talking about and the topics I'm discussing. And I feel like you never know which super chat I'm going to read. And then it's like, well, now I'm going to talk for 30 minutes about this one thing. You never know. So, all right, let me see. Subtext, you're saying, I hope they were silent for The Last of Us. Then they do a showcase in early October to prime the holidays, drive excitement, and then ride that peak PlayStation hype into a big promo push for Ragnarok. Subtext, I'm going to dive deeper into what you're saying here, because this is the part of the show where I'm gonna bring out, I know a lot of you guys, or maybe not a lot, but some of you, you're like, man, MBG, you seem like you're just so down on PlayStation, and you're focused on a lot of the negatives, and that's true. And so this next portion of the podcast, this is where we're flipping the switch, and we're doing a 180, and we're gonna talk about the excitement. I know I can't prove anything to be true, and I don't know if it's gonna be true, but that's not gonna stop me from having some excitement. That's the thing. I see somebody saying the audience is too demanding. I don't know if you're talking about my audience, or PlayStation, but there are people who talk about PlayStation where they're like, dude, stop. Like you're asking too much. And it's like, look, I get you. Like I get it, man. Like we got a state of play in September and a new God of War trailer. And I'm not saying that I didn't enjoy it, because I definitely did. I'm not saying that I'm not grateful for it, because I definitely am. But I'm also going to say I'm still going to be hyped for other things, and I'm still going to be hopeful that there's even more than that, because Sony is a big company. PlayStation is a massive brand, and PlayStation Studios is massive. So I know that they have a lot more going on than what they just showed at that state of play. Absolutely. And we're going to talk about that. But let me read these other two super chats before I dive into that. Hashtag Notion. Yeah. Give me 1 second here to readjust I got multiple mugs here. I got my tea. I was letting it steep for way too long, but that's fine. I like it strong. All right, we have Miguel. You're saying no first, second, or third party on PlayStation Plus day one. Fine. What does the fourth tier of the loyalty program get you? Better customer service, no discounts on games? Come on. Well, yeah, that's where I'm saying, like, Sony, if you're going to do a loyalty program, they should be offering things that are more relevant to the customer. Better customer. It's pretty funny. The more I think about it, the more humorous it is. It's like better customer service. Like, bro, really? Come on. Because that's the thing, is I would have liked to feel like I'm going to be incentivized to want to be part of this PlayStation Stars loyalty program. But when I see like that's one of the benefits, I'm like, I don't care. I'm good. I'm rarely ever involved with PlayStation customer service anyway. I try to avoid it because it's just not good. But no, I hear you, man. That to me, that is something interesting that we learned from Shuhei Yoshida. They're not really doing first, second, or third party day one games for PlayStation Plus Extra. And that, I'm telling you, man, I think Jim Ryan straight up told us, and I don't think people picked up on it. And I understand why, but I think he just flat out told us. I remember when he was being interviewed and talking about the new PlayStation Plus Extra when it was first launching. And he was like, we're doing this to try to get current PlayStation Plus subscribers to double up, to become part of Extra. And it wasn't for new subscribers. And I don't know. I'm not saying that they're going about it the best way, but to me, it just seemed clear that Sony feels as though I think everybody believes Sony made PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium as a competitor to Game Pass. And I think it's hard not to see it that way. Like, oh, of course they did that to compete with Game Pass. But when they come out here and they're like, we're not really putting games there day one. Like, that's not why we're doing this. And then they flat out tell you like this is to get current PS Plus subscribers to kind of double up and go to a higher tier. It seems clear to me that they made this because they feel as though their PlayStation Plus subscribers peaked. I don't think they feel that they're going to go from how many subscribers are there? Like 46 million currently, something like that. And I think they're just like, well, we could probably extract more money from this service trying to offer something to our current subscribers that they'll pay more for, rather than something that's going to bring new people in to the service. And I feel like the biggest thing here that reveals this to us is Jim Ryan. Again, he said it himself. He said that, and I see Trophy Achievement Hunter saying it is a competitor. I mean, maybe to a degree it is, but Jim Ryan said it himself when he was like, look, we don't believe the future of gaming is subscription services that are similar to Netflix or Hulu. In other words, Game Pass. He didn't name drop Game Pass, but that's obviously what he was referring to. He said, we don't believe that's our future in gaming. Our future growth lies in live service games. Live service games are services within themselves. So when you take that and then you look at what they're doing with PS Plus Extra and Premium, I'm telling you, it becomes pretty clear to me that this is not a Game Pass competitor. And it also explains why when we read what Sony said to the Brazilian regulators, okay, we saw that documentation come out. One of the things that Sony said was it would take a couple of years for a Game Pass competitor to gain traction, to be able to compete with Game Pass. And that was at around the time when PS Plus Extra and Premium were announced and coming out. And it's like, it's pretty clear that Sony doesn't see it. You're saying it has peaked at 47 million in 2020 and it has dropped since then. Same with PS Now. See, that's what I mean. If anything, you're seeing that Sony is not trying to make a Game Pass competitor. They're just trying to extract more money out of their current and retain, hopefully, their current PS Plus subscribers. And look, if Sony wanted to, I've said it so many times before, if Sony wanted to, how many people do you think would subscribe to PS Plus Extra tomorrow if Sony announced today that they're dropping God of War Ragnarok day one into PlayStation Plus Extra? How many more people do you think would subscribe? They would gain millions of subs easily in a matter of just a couple weeks. But you then ask yourself, how much money would they lose on God of War Ragnarok? So it's just not their business model. It's not their business strategy. And I just wanted to kind of go on this little side thing here talking about that, because the more, after hearing what Shuhei Yoshida said, because that was pretty surprising when he was like, oh yeah, games like Stray dropping day and date into PlayStation Plus Extra. Yeah, that's just like a one-off. We're not really trying to do that. That was surprising, man. Like, and it made, I'm not going to be honest, it made, like, I think subscribers feel a certain way where they're like, oh, like I thought, and again, I feel like this is just, it's Sony drawing the line in the sand where they're like, we're not doing that. We're not doing what Microsoft is. And our end goal for what we're doing is different from Microsoft's. The difference between what Sony's doing with PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium versus what Microsoft is doing with Game Pass is Sony's trying to actually maximize their profit. You're saying PS Plus Premium is not worth it. I agree. I don't see. I mean, if you like streaming older games, PS3 games, probably worth it for you. But if not, I don't see the value. And I gotta say, like, I'm okay with that because I don't know. I was never really that excited for, I remember it was called like Spartacus at the time. I was never really that excited for it because I was just like, I don't know, man. Like, there were rumors and discussions before this was officially revealed that this was going to be the Game Pass competitor. And I remember there were people who had like some info on it trying to come out and basically be like, guys, no, it's not really a Game Pass competitor. Like, it's not Sony doing the same thing. And you know, it's yeah, I think now that it's been out for a couple months and we're seeing how Sony's handling it, I think it's safe to say that it's its own thing. And I'll tell you right now, let me ask you, do you think Microsoft is viewing PlayStation Plus Extra as a Game Pass competitor? I don't think so. I don't think they are. So right now, premium releases are still, you know, Sony's bread and butter. But you know what the thing is? I see some people in the chat saying, and it's true, I think a lot of people do still really appreciate Extra. Dude, that's the thing about the way Sony's handling PlayStation Plus Extra is you may not get day and date games, but dude, if you are willing to wait, I feel like PlayStation Plus Extra is Sony's way of trying to reward PlayStation fans who are willing to wait. And I that's what I get from it, because it's like, dude, I swear, when they showed that games like Demon Souls, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, Death Stranding Director's Cut, Spider-Man Miles Morales, and I'm sure there's a few others I'm forgetting. These were all the games, Returnal dropping in to PlayStation Plus Extra on top of a bunch of extra games. I'm like, damn, dude, if you didn't play these games and you didn't buy them and you were waiting, that's like a gold mine. You know, you pay $15, you have access to all that. So in that sense, I could see it still as a competitor to a degree with Game Pass. But I think if anything, it's more of like just Sony trying to reward any PlayStation fans or players who are willing to wait, because you're going to get some games in the future on there. So no matter which way you slice it, you know, people say Game Pass is a great deal, and it's true. Game Pass, for what it is a great deal. But I think you can also very much look at PlayStation Plus Extra and say it's a great deal. They're not necessarily trying to achieve the same things, though. So, well, I mean, I guess they are, but they're just doing it very differently, and they're not direct competitors. And I feel like, dude, if Sony could be lying, like Sony could be saying, we're not trying to buy these games and put them into into our service, and then they might end up doing that. But that's it. Microsoft would never say that, dude. Microsoft would say the opposite. Microsoft is like, we're always trying to get as many games launching into Game Pass. So clearly you can see the difference. Anyway, let me keep moving along here. Where am I at here? All right, we got Josh. You're saying it's not the fact that PS5 games are going to PC, but that PC games to be at the forefront with announcements, especially with no showcase in sight. Yes, that's something that is worth pointing out, Josh. And I think this is where PlayStation fans are beginning to feel. It's an interesting word to use, but I think it's appropriate. I think some PlayStation fans are feeling like Sony's beginning to neglect them a little bit. Like, they're like, Sony, we've been over here waiting for some new PS5 game announcements, but you're announcing more games for PC. What's going on? Where's the showcase? You know? And I feel like that's kind of fair, right? It's like, Sony, come on, you know, like, I know we're getting God of War, but it just feels like you're putting like, you got Miles Morales on PC, you just got Spider-Man on PC, now you're getting Sackboy, and then we got Uncharted, and then Returnal. It's like, what about some new PS5 games? You know, like, I think that's just generally what some PlayStation fans are over here. They're like, Sony, PS5 games, when are they coming? You know, or when are they getting announced? But you could also look at it as like, hey, every PC game announcement that we get outside of a showcase is one less PC game announcement we have to worry about being in a showcase taking up that time. So, something to think about. Blue Streak 320, you're saying, I hope Bloodborne never goes to PC. Why, you ask? Because people's dreams ruined makes me laugh. I mean, I gotta admit, at this point, it is almost like, how many more years could we continue to see? How many more years can we continue to see Bloodborne trending on Twitter? People hoping for a PC announcement for it to just never happen, you know, because it still happens on a weekly basis. It's crazy, and it does become kind of comical, like Silent Hill, right? Like it just kind of comes like becomes like just a meme and something that really you just have to laugh at. Magnum Visuals, you're saying, I think this loyalty program is to keep Game Pass leeches from playing free games by asking for a refund after they played the games. I mean, it seems like a bit of a stretch, excuse me. It could be, but I don't know, man. I personally think this loyalty program is something that's going to be tied to the eventual return of PlayStation Home. I mean, when you see these non-NFT collectibles and you wonder like what is really the point of Sony doing this, I think it's for something like PlayStation Home to come back, especially with PSVR 2. That's what I think. Or it could just be something they're just doing. They want to try to keep their customers engaged on another level, give them incentive to spend more money on games. So Godslayer Tactician, you're saying, I bought a PS3 and unsubbed from PlayStation Plus Premium because Sony won't put some of their highly regarded classics on there. So you said PS3. I'm assuming that was a typo and you said PS5. Like you meant to say PS5 because, if it's like you really did buy a PS3 and they didn't put their, I don't even know what's going on there. So clearly you meant PS5. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with Sony and PlayStation Plus Premium. They just seemingly don't care too much about really trying to lean into their classics catalog yet anyway. I think they're in it for the long haul and the long game. And I think they're trying to be a little bit more strategic about it, where I think down the line they're going to get a little bit more aggressive with putting their classics on. Could be wrong about that, but that seems like a viable strategy. I don't think Sony's trying to do everything up front yet. Or it could just be they just don't have the means to yet. Like, remember we did cover a report that they did hire somebody that is putting together a team to do classics. Dark Demon Media says, I just commented above why PS1 and PS2 games are being held back on the premium tier. My bad, man. I missed that. But appreciate the input, man. We have Big Nabs saying, which comes first, the 60 FPS patch or PC version? The 60 FPS patch is not going to come in the form of a patch. You're saying MBG is just a replacement for Sony rewards? Okay. Yeah, it's not going to be a 60 FPS patch, dude. If we ever get a 60 FPS version of Bloodborne, it's going to be a $70 remake. That's what it's going to be. I feel like that should be obvious at this point. So here we go. Let's go back to my poll here that I put out at the beginning of the podcast. We're 2 hours and 38 minutes into the podcast. We have 1,065 votes. 63% say yes, there will be a PlayStation showcase in 2022. 37% says no. So, all right, the title of my podcast here, Sony could have big plans for October. Well, Willie Maglore earlier did a super chat basically highlighting multiple things that are currently on the docket for PlayStation. And it depends on how you see it, but so first and foremost, we're gonna enter Fantasyland here for a moment, and it's fine. Saying William, you're saying please read it again. We'll read it again just to refresh here. William says Final Fantasy 16 and Need for Speed trailer coming this month. Those are two things that are confirmed, I believe. I know Final Fantasy 16 is. Helldivers 2, which is to me just it's the biggest red flag. Helldivers 2 is the biggest red flag. Overdose, which is Kojima's horror game, apparently. Project Ocean, which would be Death Stranding 2. Grand Blue Fantasy, and more that I can't say have trailers that are done and ready to be shown. I've seen them. There might be a showcase this month. So, all right, we're going to enter Fantasyland here, and I'm going to call it that because I know some people are going to look at it. And I want to make it clear, like, if you hear what I'm about to say and you're like, dude, you expect too much, it is what it is, man. I'm one person, and I'm going to talk about my hopes and dreams, all right? A man is allowed to dream, is he not? So What I could see happening, and this would be, it would be too much. It would be too much, and I don't believe it's going to happen this way, but man, it would be just so sick. And I imagine like just a swift 1-2 punch that Sony could come out here with that would just knock people on their asses in a good way. In a good way. I mean, like really just kind of get people excited. So first off, here we go. PlayStation Showcase announced. Okay, maybe it happens. Let's see. Let's look at the calendar. PlayStation Showcase, maybe it happens on the 13th. All right, October 13th. Could be then, could be sooner, but they're going to do a full-blown showcase. This could be like an hour-long showcase, maybe even longer, where, you know, it's focusing on new PS5 games from PlayStation Studios, new exclusives, a new IP, and just the whole thing, PlayStation VR 2, maybe some live service games. You know, again, we look at, let's go back to what William said. We got Final Fantasy 16 trailer. Here's the thing. The thing about Final Fantasy 16, it's been confirmed that we're getting something new for this game. I just want it to be known, and I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but it is really something that we should be paying attention to, is anytime we have seen Final Fantasy 16, it's only ever been associated with a PlayStation show. The first time was in 2020 with a PlayStation showcase, and that was the first time we ever saw Final Fantasy 16. And the second trailer we got was just this June with a State of Play. It was the closer for the State of Play. So, you know, if we're going to get, like, let's assume that the Final Fantasy 16 news, let's assume it's a trailer. I don't really know what else they would necessarily hype up if it wasn't a new trailer. All I'm saying is that the chances of this being shown at a PlayStation-related show are much, much higher than not. So you could say that it's just, they're just going to drop a random trailer, dude. Like, it's not going to be at a show. Yeah, and that's true. They could do that. But let me ask, have we seen that happen thus far? Is there proof that that's how they're going to do it? No, there isn't. If anything, there's evidence and there's proof that they're going to... And honestly, here's something else that's worth noting. Naoki Yoshida, the producer of Final Fantasy 16, he did this exact same thing in May. Everybody was wondering if Sony was going to have a showcase or any type of show, a State of Play or showcase in June. And in May, there was a bunch of speculation. And then Naoki Yoshida came out and he was like, yeah, you know, the game's pretty much done. We're in a polishing stage. And I believe that we're going to have a new trailer in the next couple weeks. And a lot of people at that time were like, oh shit, did he just casually confirm a PlayStation show? Because there's a good chance we'll see it at a PlayStation show. And he clearly he did. Like, clearly when he said you're going to see a new trailer in a couple weeks, he was referring to that State of Play. So we're right back in that same position. Everybody anticipated a showcase in September. We didn't get a showcase. We got a State of Play. Let's be real with this State of Play, guys. Let's be real with it. It was a great State of Play for two reasons. Well, for a few reasons, but the main two for me were Rise of the Ronin. That was a new game announcement, but that wasn't from Sony's first party. I mean, XDev is developing it, but it was from Team Ninja. It's a second party exclusive. All right. And then you got a God of War trailer, which everybody was already clamoring for, and that just made that State of Play, in my opinion. And you have a couple of other, Japanese titles, games that would not be considered massive AAA titles, but kind of like those bigger AA Japanese exclusives that a lot of people go to PlayStation for. All right. PlayStation Pete, you're saying, had to sell my entire game catalog, 600 games, 100 collector's editions, bought back my PS5 games. That's a lot, dude. That's a large collection. Man, that's a shame though that you had to sell all that. But geez. 100 collector's editions. I hope you made good money off that, man, because that sounds like it took years to build up to. Interesting. But I guess that explains why you got 12 PS5 games. But, here's another thing that I want people to think about, because I know people are like, dude, there's not going to be a showcase. I know that there are a lot of people who are like that. We're supposed to get an update on Spider-Man 2. Now that's a little bit more in the air. There's no evidence. So I don't want to hang on to Spider-Man 2. I don't want to say that, well, the timing for Spider-Man 2 update seems right, so surely we're going to get... we don't have any evidence. You know what we do have evidence of, though? Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is literally, like, a portion of the trailer literally leaked out. And this is a game that's clearly ready to be revealed. It's been ready. And whoever leaked out the trailer has been sitting on it for, like, seemingly months now. You're saying you're wrong, MBG. Those are big games. Well, they are big games for sure. I mean, I'm not saying they're not. I just mean to say that I don't know, like, they're... Like, I don't think those games are going to make the same type of splash that, like, God of War is, frankly, or Spider-Man. That's all I'm trying to say. But Helldivers 2, this is a game that is literally locked and loaded. So let's look at the evidence so far. We have Helldivers 2, okay? We have Final Fantasy 16. And I'm talking hard evidence, all right? I'm not talking like a third piece of hard evidence here. Now, this one's a little bit more... This one, I still consider this hard evidence. Silent Hill. I know, break out the clown wigs, but here we go. I was kind of shocked. I put out my video, I think it was last Monday. I put out my video on Silent Hill, and it didn't do well. Like, people were not very interested in it. And the only reason I was surprised is because this was the first time. And it's just, I guess it's understandable, but this was the first time where it's like, guys, this is not a rumor. This is not inside information. A Silent Hill game. And I looked into it, and based off of what I could figure out, native Korean speakers... yeah, hold on. They looked into the rating, and they confirmed, some people confirmed that, like, this is for a console game. And a lot of people were saying, like, oh, this is for, like, a mobile Silent Hill game or something. It wasn't. Like, this rating was for a console game. Now, it's called Silent Hill: The Short Message. And let's look back. Okay, the reason why I think this is potentially hard evidence of a PlayStation showcase coming very soon is because we had multiple leaks that basically said there are 3 Silent Hill titles in development. And one of the things, or 3.5, the half portion is a PT-esque demo for the next mainline Silent Hill game. And there's seemingly some association with PlayStation here. Bloober Team is working on a Silent Hill 2 remake. That's all but confirmed officially at this point. And apparently that's going to be a 1-year timed exclusive. So Sony's clearly making deals with Konami and these Silent Hill games. And from what we've heard, this PT-esque demo is set to be a PlayStation 5 exclusive, just like PT was for PS4. So when a game gets rated, guys, when a game gets rated, it means it's going to be releasing very soon. Now, here's the thing that I want to point out, because I think that this is the biggest red flag we might have to watch out for. All right. As much as I want to say, and believe me, guys, I want to say that we're going to get a showcase in October. I am more inclined at this point. I'm more inclined to believe that Sony's going to have a showcase in December. I think this is what might go down. But the thing that's really pulling me back here, the thing that's pulling me back is the fact that Final Fantasy is confirmed for October. And it's like, I'm telling you right now, guys, Sony does not want to show Final Fantasy outside of their own show. I'm telling you, Final Fantasy 16 is massive for Sony. Massive. One of the biggest system sellers that they locked down. I'm telling you, Sony doesn't want to show that outside of a show. So there is a part of me that wants to believe that it might be December, maybe PlayStation Experience will return, but it's that Final Fantasy one. It's that Final Fantasy trailer that's making me think, I don't know. You're saying just prepare for no showcase this year? Okay, well, so let's look at this. Let's look at this for a moment. Let's assume the other side. Worst case scenario, 0 showcase this year. So what does that mean we're left with? Okay, then that means we're left with a Final Fantasy 16 trailer. That means we're left with seemingly a Helldivers 2 announcement happening sometime soon. That means we're left with somehow not a single update on Spider-Man 2 for the entire year. Could be possible. That means we're left with a Silent Hill PT-esque demo called The Short Message that could be announced or just dropped somewhere outside of a show. And here's the thing. If there's no showcase this year, fine. You know, like I think that would suck. I'm just gonna be flat out with my audience. If Sony doesn't do a showcase, you could say that I expect too much. I'm not going to agree with you. It would absolutely suck for Sony to not do a proper showcase for an entire year. Thank you. You're saying, who needs a showcase when I got Press X podcast? Well, there you go. I'm the reason for no showcase. I got to cancel my podcast, guys. Sorry. It's the only way we're going to get that PlayStation showcase. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But, you know, you also got to consider PlayStation VR 2 as well, you know? Let me see. I want to check something real quick. So I want to ask you guys for a moment here. For those who do believe that there's going to be a showcase this year, do you think it's going to happen? Do you think it's going to happen in October? So let's talk about Millier for a second here. Once again, this is somebody who has been, they've been pretty good with PlayStation leaks, not 100% on point. We have to acknowledge this person, Millier, has not been 100% on point, but it's clear that they're not out here like trying to get a ton of attention. And I want to point that out because we've seen what can happen when, you know, some people are trying to do that. Somebody asked Millier, they said, Millier, I have a question for you. Are we getting a PlayStation showcase / a big show this year still? And she put the GIF, she responded with the GIF of, I think it's Robert Redford. You know, it's like zooming in on him and he's, you know, the classic meme of, you know, basically saying, yes, we are. And she's the same person who said that we will be getting an update on Spider-Man 2. So I just wanted to throw that into the mix because, look, I know how PlayStation fans are feeling right now. And this is where I am going to speak for a lot of PlayStation fans. A lot of people get just like straight up, I don't want to say they get vicious. They don't get vicious. That's a bit of an exaggeration. But people get angry where it's like, dude, just stop. Stop talking about a showcase. Stop talking about Sony doing this or doing that. And I get it because I know how they feel. They feel the same way we do, where it's like, of course we want this. Like, we want Sony to put on a show. And why is this? Why do people want a showcase from Sony so bad? I've said it so many times before and I'll continue to say it. It's because nobody does it better than Sony. Nobody does it better than Sony. When Sony puts on a show, you know you're going to walk away from that showcase with something really good. Maybe a couple really good things, but just something that's going to blow you away. You know, this is what Sony does best, and they do this all the time. And that's why people want it so bad. But I understand why people get so frustrated, because they're like, dude, like, people can't feel like they can keep up that positivity and that excitement to just keep being let down. And I feel that. It's like, we thought there was going to be a showcase in June. We thought there was going to be a showcase in September. And now we're sitting here saying maybe there'll be a showcase in October. So yeah, a lot of people like, just give it a rest. And I get it, but I don't know. I can't. I refuse to believe that Sony's not doing one this year. And to me, it's easier to believe that Sony made the decision that October would be when they're going to do their showcase. Now, it's just a little strange to me to think about that, though, because it's like, again, I have to ask you guys, when have we ever gotten a showcase in October from anybody? I feel like that's just not. Am I going to be mad at Sony if they don't? I'm not going to be like mad, like, how dare you, Sony? But I'm going to be. Here's what I'll say. If Sony doesn't do a showcase this year, then in my opinion, it means they have to do something else. It doesn't have to be. It could be another state of play. I don't know that would be satisfactory, depending on what was shown at the state of play. It could be God of War state of play. Something at the Video Game Awards, like we said. They should wait until December or January to do their showcase. Well, something else we want to consider here is that Sony seems to like to do showcases when they feel like they're ready to sell a lot of consoles. Like they secured. And one thing we did learn is that Sony secured a lot of consoles, man. Sony secured a lot of consoles for this holiday season. You're saying MBG a showcase in October would be big brain. Free marketing for God of War, Ragnarok. Loads of people will watch the showcase. It's true that it would be separate from everything else. Louis Jargo, you're saying Sony also said there were 2 live service games that they have to announce this year. That's what I'm saying, dude. Helldivers 2 is absolutely one of those games, man. And this is where I'm saying, like, Helldivers 2, I'm pretty sure Helldivers 2 is going to be a surprise drop, and it's going to be free to play. Could be wrong about that, but I'm telling you, I think Helldivers 2 is going to be shown. It's going to look AAA. It's going to be PS5 and PC, and it's going to be free to play. And I could even see it being shadow dropped, just like it's out today. Now, if it's not going to drop the day it's announced, it'll come out very soon. Because one thing we do know is this game is set to come out before March of next year. And the clock's ticking. You know, the game hasn't even been announced yet. So, oh yeah, and we need to see more of the DualSense Edge. We need more of that. Black Manta 1989, you're saying, say what you want about Microsoft. They at least have a roadmap of game releases, June 2022 to June 2023. That's the main issue, MBG. I agree. And I think you're right. I think that's what people are feeling like they need. That's the extra wind that I think fans feel like is needed right now in the sales of the Sony ship. It's that, yeah, we have God of War, man, and that's awesome. And we know we're getting Final Fantasy and Spider-Man next year, but we still don't really have a good grasp of next year. We've seen very little, very, very, very little of Spider-Man. We've seen a good chunk of Final Fantasy, but we know that Sony is going to have more throughout 2023. And I just think that people are ready to know. And I'm going to be honest with you right now, man. Like, I think when you talk about a roadmap, what PlayStation fans want, and I don't think there's any PlayStation fan that would necessarily disagree with this. You tell me if you do for one reason or another. I think what PlayStation fans want is they want to hear from PlayStation studios. Not all of them. I'm not saying every PlayStation studio, no matter how far out their game is, has to start talking about it. Not like that. They want to hear from PlayStation Studios. They want to know about some of the stuff that's going on with these studios. And that's the thing that I want to highlight is we have not heard, unless you tell me if there's something I'm forgetting, but we have not heard. The only new game announcement I think we've received from PlayStation Studios, and this is the only one, and I can't even remember when it happened, was for Call of the Mountain. Outside of that, I don't think we've heard a single peep from PlayStation Studios when it comes to new games or any announcements. You're saying Ronin, yeah, but that's still technically a second party. XDev is working on it, so I guess Factions multiplayer, yeah, all right. I mean, you're saying MBG, don't you want to be surprised though? Of course, but that's what I'm trying to emphasize now is that it's like the time. It's time. It's time for the surprise. Dark Demon Meteor saying at least Resident Evil is going to do a showcase this month. Yeah, that makes me a little hesitant and a little nervous because you would think that Capcom would want to have Resident Evil at a Sony showcase, Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil 4 Remake, and the fact that they're going to have PSVR 2, that makes me a little nervous. The fact that Capcom is having their own show for Resident Evil, that makes me a little bit less confident of a showcase happening this month. But here's another thing I want to talk about. God of War Ragnarok State of Play. Zenarcan Blitzer, you're saying, what about PSX returning instead of a PS showcase? I would be open for that, man. I'd be all for that. We just got to know it's going to happen, though. You know, I think right now people just want Sony to start talking about some stuff. That's all. We just want them to be a little bit more communicative with their studios and their projects. That's all. Because what Black Manta said, there's really no roadmap currently. As far as I'm aware, the only game. Guys, think about this. See, this is another red flag as to why I think we're absolutely getting a showcase. When I think about it, there's a single game. And come on. We cannot count Forspoken here, guys. I know Forspoken is technically a 2023 game, but it's not really. Like, that game was supposed to come out this year, and the only reason it got pushed to January is because of it didn't. I guess you could say a green flag, not a red flag. A blue flag. It got pushed to January to get out of God of War's way. All right, that's what happened. So I'm not counting Forspoken. I guess we should technically count it, but all right, Forspoken. Other than that, for 2023, think about this. For PlayStation in 2023, as far as I'm aware, there's only one PlayStation video game that has not even a date, but a window, and that is Final Fantasy 16 Summer 2023. That's it. That's it. You could say Spider-Man, but there isn't even a window on that. All we know is Spider-Man 2023. So at this point, it's like Sony they literally have to do something. They have to before the end of this year. It's not a matter of, they just don't care. Like, no, literally from a business, financial earnings, they need to make money. They need people to buy their products, and they have to do something. So this is why I'm just like, I know there are people who are like, dude, there isn't going to be a showcase. They're not doing anything. That would make zero sense. It makes no sense unless Sony has decided that they do not want money and sales in 2023. That makes zero sense. So you're saying they don't have to do jack. You're wrong, Kevin, man. I'm telling you, you're wrong about that. Like, they need to tell their customers, and they need to show their customers. And even for VR too, man. And keep in mind, I'm not saying that they can't do this outside of a showcase. And that's what I'm saying. The only point I'm trying to make here is this notion that Sony will do nothing is a false one. Sony will not do nothing. They can't. They can't do nothing. They can't just stealth drop PSVR 2. They can't do that. They can't just stealth drop. I mean, I guess they could stealth drop an exclusive, but that's why I was kind of thinking like maybe Helldivers 2 is going to be free to play, and that's why they're like, Capono, you're saying you're preparing for no showcase this year. Well, that's it. I mean, look, I don't want to get anybody's hopes up. You know, so just know that I'm not trying to tell you anything definitively, but there is, if Sony did decide to do nothing this year, then that means, I don't know, that means that for some reason they're not planning on really doing much for the first half or first couple months of 2023. You're saying they want to hit their 18 million sold. Exactly. This is what I'm saying, man. Like in their latest earnings report, in Sony's last earnings report, they didn't sell a lot of PS5s in the last quarter. They didn't. Like, it was kind of abysmal. And people were looking at that and they're like, so your projected target is 18 million, but you only sold like 2.1 million so far. How are you going to do that? And that's what I'm saying. It's like Sony, there's only one way they're going to move that many units. They did not change their number. They're still confident in their number. You only move units like that when you know you got big shit, man. And obviously God of War is a very big part of that. But we're talking about for the remainder of the fiscal year. And we still have some time, man. God of War, no doubt, will be the biggest game that launches within that time. But, Sony wants... They don't want God of War alone to be the reason why people are buying PS5s. They want to sell PS5s to people who want to buy Spider-Man now. They don't want to wait until Spider-Man's out. They want to sell a PS5 to you now if they can. And I will say this. I am under the belief that Sony has been, when we talk about like, oh, do you have faith that Sony just doesn't know what they're doing and they're dropping the ball, or that everything they're doing is strategic? I think everything Sony's been doing is strategic, and that strategy is driven by the shortage. I do. I think when you see Sony enter the peak year, and I think 2023 is going to be a peak year, 2023 and 4, I think are going to be the two biggest peak years. Remember how we said earlier, you look back at Sony with the PS4, 2016, 17, 18, right? Those were the peak years for the PS4. And that's because Sony had a maximum amount of PS4s to sell, and everything was kind of coming together where it's like, we got the units to sell, we're ready to sell them, and we got the games that are going to sell them. So they just push and push and push. You're going to see that. I'm telling you, it's Sony. It was, I hate to say it, but it was actually in Sony's best interest. It was actually in Sony's best interest for most of 2021, and I hate to say it, but most of this year as well, to basically not go all in, to just kind of pump the brakes, not because you want to, but because you kind of have to. And that's because you don't want to create peak excitement. You don't want to create peak interest. You don't want to create peak anything if you don't have the product to sell and you can't meet that demand. You don't want to create the demand that you have no chance in hell of being able to meet. You only do that when you're ready to meet that demand. And I'm telling you, this is why we've seen such a weird kind of quieter, tamer version of Sony where it's just like, you get the feeling. And I'm telling you, man, people don't know what they're talking about. They don't. When they're like, Sony doesn't have anything ready to show. Sony doesn't have anything. It's like, do you know who you're talking about? You're talking about PlayStation. When's the last time we saw PlayStation with their hands in the air being like, we don't got no games? Sorry. When's the last time you saw that? And they have more studios than ever before. They have more teams within each studio than ever before. They're investing more money than ever before in these studios. You think they are not sitting on big stuff right now? They are. It's just that why you can't show your hand to get people excited. You can't show everything. And that's why, honestly, you're saying, MBG, people are speculating PlayStation has not tweeted in the past 29 hours. They normally post something during the weekend. I believe something is coming next week, a PlayStation Showcase announcement. Dude, if a PlayStation Showcase is announced this week, that would be fucking awesome. I would be so happy. I would be so elated and excited and be like, you know what? We've been waiting for a long time, man. And a lot of people thought it wasn't going to happen. And if they do it, that's awesome. That's awesome. You know, Miguel, you're saying COVID happened, MBG. Absolutely. And that's what I mean, dude. COVID is the reason why there's such a, the shortage is still in effect right now. Granted, it's coming to an end. But this is why I also put PS5 gets new 6nm upgrade in the title, because this, I'm telling you, this shift is what's going to drive PS5 units. And it's what's going to drive Sony's marketing. And it's what's going to, I think, I could be wrong. I need to emphasize that because I have been wrong before. But I thought in 2021, and I know this sounds kind of comical. I thought in 2021 that 2022 was going to be the year. And I was wrong. It wasn't 2022. This was a good year for Sony, but this was not a peak year for PlayStation. I thought it would be, but it turns out that when we saw the reports and we read the reports that the shortage is going to linger for like another year straight, I didn't want to believe that, but that's exactly what happened. Now, I may be foolish to think this, but I really now do believe, okay, it has to be next year then, man. It has to be, because I don't know, man, 3 years into a console's life cycle, that's usually when things start to peak. 3-4 years in, and you have to imagine the shortage is now not going to be a problem for Sony, that now that the PS5 is switching to 6nm. This means they're going to be able to produce 50% more chips for the PS5 per wafer with better yields. I'm telling you, this is the ace in the hole for the PS5 and probably the series consoles as well, assuming they're following suit. But this, I think, is what's Sony's looking at, and they're like, yeah, I mean, you're saying 20%. I mean, I did read 20%, but I could have swore I read that they're going to produce 50. You know what? It's 20% now. It's going to be 50% when they completely convert over. And that I don't have a time frame for. I don't know when Sony's going to completely phase out the 7nm, which is what we're currently seeing with the PS5. Once 7nm is completely phased out in favor of 6nm, you're going to see a 50% increase. And so I imagine that's probably going to happen in 2023. So, and we'll just slowly kind of build towards that. Planet Schlorpian, or Zenarcan Blitzer, I think I read yours. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying it's next to impossible for Microsoft to buy a Japanese dev. Sony has and always will be the place for AAA JRPGs. Yeah, do you see that, dude? We got to have a conversation about that before this podcast is over. Not just about Microsoft talking to Japanese publishers, but you got Microsoft basically saying, yeah, we're still going to buy more publishers. You got, now you got Tencent saying we're going to start aggressively buying companies and publishers. And then Saudi Arabia, I forget what the name of their company is, but now they're basically saying we're going to buy a major publisher. And I'm like, dude, the consolidation is real. You're saying they probably won't phase out the 7nm, to be honest. TSMC 6nm is compatible with the 7. Okay, well, I mean, I guess all I'm trying to say is that at this point, now that Sony has officially secured 6nm, they're probably going to do everything they can to let that work for them and do the heavy lifting going forward when it comes to producing units. But you know, you do have to also consider that right now I guess it's a recession right now. I see people saying it's going to get worse. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. Like I feel like people kind of fearmonger a lot. I don't know much about it, but I just feel like every month for the past literally 2 years, I've just been seeing things pop up telling me why I have to be worried about what's coming. And like, it's just like, I'm not like, I get it, like being prepared and things could go bad, but it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like I just constantly see this pushed in my face, and I'm like, things do obviously get worse, but things also get better. And I think, it's just a situation right now where I don't know how that's going to impact PlayStation. I imagine that it's probably not going to benefit them, just like it's not going to benefit anybody really. But I mean, well, we'll push through it, obviously. I guess I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to be a little bit optimistic here, saying MBG, it's tough out here. Dude, trust me, man. I'm feeling it too. I am. Everybody is. But I don't know. I'm always trying to be, I guess, an optimist, where it's like, I just can't, I don't want to believe that tomorrow will be worse, that next month will be worse, that next year will be worse. I want to believe it'll be better, that's just how I operate. Can't help it. But we're going to talk about that, Planet Schlorping. We're going to talk about the insane consolidation that's happening, and it's about to ramp up, where you're going to see more publishers being bought out, and it's getting crazy out here. And I just really have to wonder what Sony's planning on doing to combat this, or if they feel like they should do anything at all. Subtext, you're saying we haven't seen one first-party 2023 game in action. There you go. I mean, yeah, there's Spider-Man, but we haven't actually seen gameplay, and I'm assuming that's what you mean by action. And that's true. That's absolutely true. So, just to kind of continue to talk about this and end this topic before we move on to the next one, there are, I think there are some reasons why PlayStation fans can be somewhat hopeful for the month of October. There seems to be at least some evidence that, Paul says every podcast there's a PlayStation Showcase Hopes and Dreams segment. Please stop, as it sets unrealistic expectations some listeners and fuels rumor mongering. No, I hear you, man. And look, I know that you're telling me to stop, but the reality is I'm just pointing out some things, and I'm here to make my own assumptions and speculate and give my own thoughts. And so what I will say in this case is, I do think that you're saying what evidence? Well, it's just like I listed, man. I think that it depends on your viewpoint. For me, we are getting more Final Fantasy 16. There was a Silent Hill, seemingly a small game for console, that was rated after months and months and months, seemingly years of rumors. That could be related to PlayStation. We heard that apparently we're supposed to get an update on Spider-Man 2. We saw a leak for Helldivers 2 where they have a trailer that's ready to be released. It just hasn't released yet. And I'm not saying that I'm looking at all this and I'm coming to the conclusion that, showcase happening 100%. I'm just saying that I think there is a little bit of evidence that there could be a showcase this month. And it's easy to say that. I'm not saying it, I'm sorry. I just can't be that person. I can't sit here and tell you guys there's no showcase. Don't even think about it. It's not happening. Get it out of your damn head. I can't do that because that sucks, dude. Like what? Like, where's the fun in that? I guess what I'm saying is I'd rather set myself up I'd rather disappointment come when it's going to come, rather than just disappoint myself now. Does that make sense? I'm just going to believe that there's going to be some cool announcements, some reasons to get excited. And here's how I look at it. And this is what I would encourage everybody else to look at it this way too. Even if you don't get a showcase, even if Sony doesn't have a big show this year at all, we're still getting an update on Final Fantasy. We're still getting God of War. We still seemingly will hear more about PSVR 2, right? We're still seemingly going to find out what this Silent Hill short message is. We're going to get a Helldivers 2 announcement. So these things are going to happen either way. And that's how I look at it. So it's like you don't really lose if you think about it. You just want to win more, I guess you could say. So one last thing I do want to mention too before moving on here. You're saying once MBG's playing God of War, he won't worry about a showcase. No, definitely not. Definitely not. There is Big Nabs. You're saying, are people genuinely hyped about a new Helldivers? Genuine question. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Helldivers is a big game. I don't think that's a game that gets people overly excited, but I think that Helldivers is being positioned similar to Returnal, where, you know, there wasn't a tremendous amount of hype for Housemarque's next title because we didn't know what it was going to be. And it's also because they never really went AAA. And so Returnal was their first time making a AAA game. And when people saw it, they're like, oh, dude, this is bigger from Housemarque than we expected. And you just had that kind of AAA sheen to it. And you're like, damn, they're stepping up their game here. I think we're going to see that happen with, what is the developer? Arrowhead, I think, with Helldivers 2. Because apparently Helldivers 2 is going to be AAA. And it's going to be third person. So it really reminds me of Housemarque, where Housemarque was kind of an arcade style, top-down view for most of their games. And then with Returnal, they're like, we're going AAA over the shoulder, third person. I think we're going to see that with Helldivers 2. So talk about Deadpool 3, man. Yeah, that was some crazy stuff announced. Hugh Jackman coming back as Wolverine for Deadpool 3. That's awesome. I mean, that's not necessarily placed. You know, it did get me thinking, like, are we going to see a scenario in 2024 where Deadpool 3 comes out, stars Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, and then we're actually going to see a Wolverine AAA game from Insomniac? Now, I think a lot of people think that 2024 sounds too soon for Wolverine, and I kind of agree that I think 2024 for Wolverine is the most optimistic outlook. But I will say, if we get, you're saying, is he zombie Wolverine or is it set before Logan? Apparently Logan's going to be a completely separate thing. They didn't really reveal how they're going to make it work, but with the MCU right now, they're doing the whole multiverse thing. So I'm sure that'll play a role in it, and that'll explain how Hugh Jackman comes back as Wolverine to a degree. But man, wouldn't it be such a crazy year for Wolverine fans if in 2024 you get Hugh Jackman Wolverine in Deadpool 3, and then you get Wolverine from the Insomniac games? That'd be crazy. That'd be absolutely crazy. So, MBG, thoughts on the new Slipknot album? I'm still making my way through it. I like it. I like it. It's definitely reminiscent of like some classic Slipknot. But there's some songs in there that I've heard so far that are a little bit like, wow, that's an interesting sounding song. I'm finding myself kind of surprised with just some of the tones that they're going for, and just some of the sounds with their songs. It's like, this is a different vibe, than I would have anticipated, but I like it. So I'm making my way through it. I've also been listening to more Red Hot Chili Peppers. I don't know if you guys heard their new song, Eddie, which is a great song. But what I really like about it is it's a tribute to Eddie Van Halen. And you kind of realize that when you're listening to it. And John Frusciante does his like 2-minute solo at the end as like, I guess, his tribute to him. And that was awesome. Like I really, really enjoyed that song and still enjoying it. So waiting for their new album to drop. But yeah, and then there's the new Lamb of God album that's coming out soon. So there's that too. I've been enjoying their new songs as well. I think their latest song was Grayscale. That one goes pretty damn hard. So yeah, some good stuff. Music bound gamer. Yeah, I listen to music all the time, constantly, constant. I always have music playing. Let me see here. Capono, you're saying you could tell a lot about a man with what kind of music they listen to. Interesting. I guess that's true to a degree. So you're saying you're into heavy stuff? Yeah, I am. Can I, MBG, can you blast beat? Somewhat, yeah. Like not, I don't know. I don't really do it often, but I can. Saying you like rap. You're old school. You still listen to cassettes? Nice. That's interesting. KD coming in saying, okay, but did you hear Rome Street's album or Freddie Gibbs' album? Joe Rogan and Jeff Ross were on Gibbs' album. Both of them might be album of the year. No, dude, KD, I feel like we listen to very different music, man. Because I don't even know. I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I listen to music a lot, but I believe it or not, I feel like a lot of people, I hear people all the time talk about how like, oh, I listen to everything, and I wish I could say that, but I really don't. Like, I can't even front. I don't listen to everything. There are just genres of music that I don't listen to at all, and I'm okay with it. Like, I'm not purposely avoiding it. It's just I don't gravitate towards it. It doesn't really speak to me. And that's just, like people say like you're closed minded. It's not that I listen to jazz, so there's that. I feel like that automatically that give me some points for that, right? But I don't know, a lot of modern stuff, honestly, as well. Like a lot of modern stuff I don't listen to. A lot of modern stuff doesn't speak to me, even in modern metal and rock. Whatever modern rock is, like a lot of it doesn't speak to me. So saying, does your wife like the same music? She does, but she's definitely more open, way more open to listening to other stuff than I am, for sure. So, you're saying it's gone too commercial? Yeah, probably. I mean, KD, you're saying you should live react to Blackest in the Room by Freddie Gibbs live on the podcast. I don't know, dude. Well, first of all, I can't react to any music on the podcast. The podcast will immediately, it'll automatically get copyright claim. But there are times where you can get copyright strikes or even blocked, which is weird. Like I remember streaming the Game Awards a couple times, and dude, they like legitimately just block your stuff because of some music or songs that were played, and I'm like, what the hell? But yeah, you got to speak over the song. KD's just desperate to see me react to something he some music he likes. Well, anyway, before I get too off topic here, because there's some other stuff we got to discuss. There was one last thing I wanted to mention, getting back on track here, about God of War and a state of play. And I wanted to ask you guys about this because, I took to Twitter basically saying like, I was asking a question, and I'll ask you guys. Have we ever, since State of Play was created, what year did State of Play first come out. I think it was early 2019. That was the first ever state of play that we got from Sony, if I'm not mistaken. Have we ever seen Sony not do a dedicated state of play for a first party game? That's my question. Have we ever seen a first party game from Sony not get a dedicated state of play? Because I've been thinking about it, and I'm thinking I don't recall ever seeing a state of play or like not getting a state of play. I mean, Demon Souls, Destruction All-Stars got one. Ratchet and Clank, Ghost of Tsushima, Last of Us Part 2, Horizon, Deathloop got one. You're saying yes, we have. Returnal did get one. It did. I'm pretty sure it did. You know what? I think maybe some of the launch games didn't. Because I don't know if Sackboy ever got one. I don't think Sackboy ever got one. I know Astro didn't get one. Did Miles Morales get one? Maybe Miles Morales didn't. Actually, did The Last of Us Part 1 get one? So The Last of Us Part 1 didn't get a state of play, but it got like overview videos. Yeah, we ended up seeing. Okay, yeah, so in Miles Morales, we ended up seeing like a gameplay demo in the showcase. And maybe that's what Sony could do. I see a lot of people saying like, oh, we don't need to see any more of God of War, and I get that. I totally get that. I don't need to see any more God of War either, but at the same time, it's like, dude, if Sony wants to engage the hype machine and do a if they want to do a state of play for it, I'm gonna tune into it. Hell yeah, I'm gonna tune into it. I'm gonna get hype. Maybe we could see that though. I was just wondering about that because I just feel like, God of War is launching on November 9th, and we're just we're like 5 to 6 weeks out from that. There has been no state of play for God of War, and maybe we could see God of War get the Miles Morales treatment here, where if Sony is planning a showcase, maybe they're gonna reserve like a short, like a kind of 5 to 8 minute gameplay demo for their showcase instead of giving it a dedicated state of play. That would be a viable option. And I think that people would be happy about that for sure. So that's where I'm going to end this topic, because at this point, all that's left to say is, look, Sony could have big plans for October. And I know that people get annoyed because it's Sony could have. Of course, Sony could do this. Sony could do that. You're saying Abandon didn't get a showcase or didn't get a state of play. That's true. That's true. It's because it may, yeah, I don't know. Dude, every week, I swear, man, I still see people bring up Abandon, and it's going to haunt this channel forever. It'll never go away. But yeah, I abandoned the first quadruple A game ever. I do wonder if we're ever going to get an update. I do. Because again, that app still just lives on PlayStation, and it's so funny. Those are James boots. I'm telling you. Yeah, we're going to find out that it was actually Bloober Team behind the marketing, and it just went really poorly. It went bad. It didn't go their way. They tried to be like Kojima. MBG should delete the app. I did delete the app, man. Yeah, I did. Because I'm just like, I can't look at it anymore. I can't look at it anymore. It's been over a year. I can't do it. Abandoned 2 PlayStation 6 exclusive. That's awesome. So he says, bro, there's no way Sony's going to the end of the year without a showcase. All right, so look, I want to let me see here. Saudi Arabia wants to spend $13 billion to buy a leading game publisher. Okay. So I'm bringing that up here. That's one. Then we got Tencent. Tencent is refocusing on aggressively seeking full game company acquisitions. So guys, it's happening. It's really, I mean, it already started with Microsoft. We saw Microsoft buy Bethesda. Then Sony lost all of Bethesda games going forward. We saw Sony or Microsoft buy, we saw them buy Activision Blizzard. They're still in the process of that. And now we're hearing, I want this to sink in, guys. All right. I want this to sink in because I think that we're really going to see some major shifts in the industry in the next couple years. We're already seeing it, but I think it's just going to get a lot crazier. In a matter of 1 week, we have Microsoft saying, or a report claiming that Microsoft has been in talks with multiple Japanese gaming publishers for acquisition, which I don't think they're going to go anywhere. You never know, but apparently that's a thing. Then number two, we are looking at Tencent coming out here and saying that they're going to refocus their strategy, and now they're focused on aggressively seeking full game company acquisitions. And then before that, we have Saudi Arabia saying that they're ready to spend $13 billion to buy a leading game publisher. So Saudi Arabia is just straight up coming out and being like, we're going to buy a leading game publisher. And this is where, you have to really begin to wonder as this ramps up more and more. You're saying Saudi Arabia, why? Well, we could read here. It says, let me see, it's a bunch of pop-ups. It says the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been making some big moves in the gaming space in recent years through various public agencies. It's made big investments in Capcom, Nexon, Nintendo, ESL Gaming, SNK, and Embracer Group, and it's not done yet. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, I guess I'm saying that correctly, who multiple intelligence agencies believe is responsible for the brutal murder and dismemberment of Saudi descendant journalist Jamal Khashoggi in 2018. Okay, that just took a hard left turn. Has announced plans to invest nearly $38 billion across 4 separate programs, and more than $13 billion of which will go towards acquiring a leading game publisher. This makes sense. I remember hearing people basically saying Saudi Arabia, they're not good. They're not good. Just like Tencent, with ties to China, it's not good. This is not good. We don't want to see this happen. And this is where we look at Microsoft, and Microsoft we look at as bad. We don't want to see Microsoft buy stuff, but at the same time, it's I don't know, man. When you start to see other players like this kind of coming in, you're saying we're entering a dark age. We absolutely are, dude. Shit's getting dire out here, and and that's me trying to be optimistic. And Microsoft save us. Well, Microsoft can't do all too much. The one thing I can't help but think about is, when you assume exclusivity for Microsoft, I don't know that you can assume exclusivity with Tencent and with Saudi Arabia. And that's what I'm wondering, because I guess what I'm trying to say here, and I'll refer to my chat on this, maybe you guys can give me a little bit of insight. What impact would it have on PlayStation as a gaming company and the way that they operate right now if Saudi Arabia bought Ubisoft, or if Tencent bought Ubisoft and bought one of these major players? What would that mean for these games on the PlayStation platform? Would it mean anything? Censorship? Yep. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Yeah, that's true. That is what it would mean. Further censorship to match their fucking ass backwards No offense to any of my viewers, but I don't know, man. Yeah, that's what that we already see that happening. We already see that happening, and I'm not for that at all. That's I see somebody, they said, "Oh my god, no way. No way. No way, no way, no way. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. This can't be real. This can't be real." I just saw somebody in the chat. Not no. Like, I'm trying. I'm trying to have hope. I'm trying to be like Sony. I continue to I continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. I see somebody saying MBG, gaming leaks and rumors subreddit. What is Sony doing? F my life. And I'm like, oh geez, what did I miss here? So check this out. This comes from MP First report. Horizon Zero Dawn remake / remaster in the work for PS5. But hold on, it also says, and this wasn't in the title for the Reddit, Horizon multiplayer game in development. Let's do some reading, shall we? Oh man, I'm going to sip my tea for this one. Well, we just got a remake for The Last of Us. It looks like PlayStation may not quite be done with remakes just yet. A source close to the situation, who wishes not to be named, revealed to us that a Horizon Zero Dawn remake is in the works for the PS5. Oh my Jesus, this cannot be real. Like, this cannot be real. It says, if you thought The Last of Us Part 1 divided players up on whether or not a game needed a remake, prepare yourselves, as it has been revealed to us that PlayStation is now remaking or remastering. The details are still unclear. Horizon Zero Dawn, a game that is only 5 years old and has its sequel released earlier this year. Our source did not elaborate whether or not this was built from the ground up style of remake. However, we were told that the remake features an improved lighting system, ambient occlusion and such, overhauled textures, and better animations with new character models to match those found in the sequel, Horizon Forbidden West. And they put some images here. Let me keep reading. It says, outside of that, we were told there is a big focus on bringing the accessibility options that the sequel introduced. Different graphics modes will also be available, though that is a given since most PS5 games have a performance quality and uncapped performance mode to take advantage of VRR. For gameplay changes themselves, there are some subtle improvements, mostly those being quality of life improvements the sequel brought. It wasn't confirmed whether or not we would see flyable mounts or a glider, though we suppose that is unlikely given their story importance. While Horizon Zero Dawn did see a performance patch release in the PS4, it allowed the PS5 to run the game at a stable 60 FPS with 2160p checkerboarding resolution. Did not yet receive a native PS5 port that takes advantage of the DualSense and other features. A PC port, however, was released. All right, and it continues here. It says, it is our understanding that the Horizon Zero Dawn remake / remaster will bring it closer to Forbidden West with improved textures, draw distance, character models, and new improved animations. Hold on, though. When does it start to talk about... I feel like this article is repeating a lot of stuff. For newcomers to the franchise, this remake remaster may just be the preferred way to get... hold on. I'm trying to figure out where it says... Okay, so it says, as it turns out, the Horizon Zero Dawn remake / remaster isn't the only Horizon-related project that is in the works, as we also learned from other sources that a multiplayer game... It said... Hold on. This is worded so weird. Let me try this again. As it turns out, the Horizon Zero Dawn remake / remaster isn't the only Horizon-related project that is in the works, as we also learned from other sources, the info, which has been corroborated with their original source, that a team, presumed to be Guerrilla Games, at PlayStation are currently developing a Horizon online multiplayer game for both PS5 and PC. Two sources have verified that the project is indeed real, with a third giving some brief details that it may feature a form of co-op. Customization is said to be around the different tribes established in the Horizon franchise. However, we have not been able to verify that either, nor the details on whether or not the online would feature any sort of co-op or PvP. As for when these games are expected to be announced, that's anyone's guess, though known leaker Dusk Golem did mention a month back that a PS4 era Sony game is getting a PS5 release in the form of a facelift. And yeah, so a lot of text here that we just read, but pretty much what we're hearing, if this is to be believed, is apparently Horizon Zero Dawn is getting. So, all right, here's the thing. Before we jump to any conclusions here, no, this wasn't coming from Reddit. This was coming from MP First. So right off the bat, we have to establish that this is coming from MP First. This is a rumor, but it certainly sounds believable. Like, I'm not really sure why you would make up this rumor. Here's the question. I have some questions. The first question is, if this is real, like assuming this is real, is this going to be a Last of Us Part 1 situation? Is Sony going to come out, announce Horizon Zero Dawn remake, and charge $70 for it while basically doing the same thing for the game that they did for The Last of Us Part 1? Question number 2, who is doing this and who is wasting their time on this? Okay. Like, my biggest concern, if this is real, like with The Last of Us Part 1, what happened is apparently there was a studio at San Diego. It was a new team that was put together, led by Michael Mumbauer, and they were tasked with remaking The Last of Us Part 1, and something went bad, and the studio was never officially announced, and I guess Naughty Dog maybe wasn't happy with it, and Naughty Dog just decided, we're going to finish it ourselves. So it's not like they dedicated all of their time and resources. It was probably already halfway done or more than halfway done, and they put it out. If this is what's happening with Horizon Zero Dawn, who is doing this right now? Who is Sony tasking with wasting their damn time remaking Horizon Zero Dawn? See, this is where I genuinely get scared about Sony, and I really am like, look, The Last of Us Part 1, see, this is what's scary, man, is like, I wanted to believe that The Last of Us Part 1 was kind of a one-off, an outlier, like, and that the next game Sony would remake would make a lot more sense. You're saying it's fake? We don't know. Dude, we don't know. Here's the other thing that's interesting to me, though. Apparently, there is a multiplayer game in development. So, guys, we're going to have to face the reality right now. And this is tough. This is tough for me, man. This is very tough because I have been holding out so much hope. It's pretty clear that the second team at Guerrilla Games right now that we've been talking about for years now, the second team that's been working on a multiplayer game, we thought maybe it was SOCOM. It's pretty clear it's Horizon, guys. It's pretty clear it's a free to play, or maybe it won't be free to play, but a multiplayer live service Horizon game. That's what it is. And I'm not like, there were already job listings, guys. There were already job listings that kind of hinted. How come you would love a Bloodborne remake, MG? Well, that's the thing, dude, is like, I'm not saying we need a Bloodborne remake. I'm saying out of all the games Sony could remake, Bloodborne would be one of the cooler ones. That would be nice, but I'm at a point where, like, let's just stop with the remakes. Like, it's beginning. If this is true, man, listen, I can't make assumptions. I can't make assumptions here. If this is true, if Sony comes out and is like, we had a team that we bought, I don't know who it would be. If it's just like, look, we took a very small crew from Guerrilla Games and we had them just basically remake a basic remake or remaster, because you can't call it a remake. It's a remaster at this point. We're going to remaster Horizon Zero Dawn. If it's like, here's a remaster. Nope. I'm sorry. It could be $40. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If this is true, it's going to get fucking decimated. And I hope it does, because this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable at this point where, guys, I remember when I was kind of losing my mind with The Last of Us Part 1. I was losing my mind with it. And I remember saying, like, and this is why I feel like shit now. I feel like complete shit if this is true for buying The Last of Us Part 1. God, man. Like, I remember saying, we have to be careful the message we're sending Sony. We have to be careful the message we're sending Sony. And this is why. Because if this is true, this is how Sony feels like they're gonna, like, oh my God, dude. The level of delusion, how out of touch would you have to be? What if it's just a $10 upgrade? Fine. If it's just a $10 upgrade, then no harm, no foul. You know, a lot of people would still complain that, like, it needs to be free, but I would just be like, well, whatever, man. Like, if you own the game and you just gotta pay $10, get your upgrade, fine. Oh man, I'm nervous now, man, because this is where you start to get nervous. You're saying MBG is getting cringe on a fake story. Guys, I don't know why so many of you in the chat are assuming, like, does this not sound believable to you? Because I don't know how you guys view Sony, but to me, this absolutely sounds believable. If it's made up, it's a believable made up thing. So everybody in the chat that's like, nah, this isn't real, this doesn't sound believable, what are you going to do if it is? What are you going to do if it comes out and it's a $70 remake of Horizon? I'm not saying it is. I'm just asking legitimately, what would you do? Like, how would you feel about it? I'm curious. Josh says he'll go crazy. I don't know, in a good way or a bad way. Say you just ignore it. You're saying that does sound believable. Don't buy it. Cash grab. 100% real, you think? Mostly. Let it rot. Pass as usual. Okay. All right. So it seems like everybody would universally agree that this is where I get concerned, because it's like, we're all here. I know we're a small PlayStation group here, but we can all kind of look at this and collectively say, this is taking it way too far, right? Like, this is just like, Sony, you can't do this. Like, this is beyond dumb. I mean, this is like next level ridiculous, right? All right, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you guys this. Putting the Horizon Zero Dawn remaster remake thing aside, what about the multiplayer game? Now, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about a AAA live service Horizon multiplayer game? How does that make you feel? Saying that would be cool. Not excited, but we'll see. You know, I don't know, man. I don't know that I would be excited for that. I would probably have interest in it, but see, what makes me nervous about that is it's like, I really, really was under the hope that, and again, it could be a false rumor, but I was really holding out a lot of hope, and I still am to a degree, that this multiplayer game that Guerrilla's working on is something new, something different, something that's not more Horizon, you know? Skin Tight Salmon, you're saying, if this is true, I can see them doing remakes / remasters for all of their IP that are going to the movie, that are getting the movie / TV treatment. God of War 2018 remake incoming. Dude, oh man, that would be so dumb. That, like, see, this is where I tried to give, I'm giving Jim Ryan credit earlier in this podcast, where I'm like, yeah, Jim Ryan isn't all bad. And dude, so help me God, I'm telling you, if we see a $70 remake for Horizon Zero Dawn, you're going to see me tear into Sony in a way that I've never torn into them, because now the line has seriously been crossed here. And I'm praying this isn't true. If it's like a $10 upgrade for owners who already have the game, fine. But you know it's not gonna be. You know that, right? Like, see, this is what's hard for me. It's hard for me to look at this and be like, nah, this ain't real. This ain't happening, because we're just coming off of A Last of Us Part 1, man. And that game was already questionable. Like, you know, I don't know. I'm just surprised. Like, why is this what we're talking about, bro? Why is this what we're talking about right now? Why is this the rumor? Why couldn't I see a rumor pop up that says, hey, here's a PlayStation showcase rumored list of what's going to be there. Like, I'll take that at this point. Please, for the love of God, give me something like that. I don't care if it's fake or not, because I can't take this anymore, man. You're saying there's a Death Stranding 2 rumor floating around. So yeah, that's another thing we can talk about real quick. Apparently, Kojima Productions, if the rumors to be believed, and I you know, it's worth noting that that Norman Reedus pretty much leaked it himself, but a lot of us still are kind of holding out hope that somehow, some way, Kojima Productions is working on Silent Hill. That Sony kind of got Konami and Kojima to work together on that. And Norman Reedus pretty much he said that, oh yeah, I just heard that, Death Stranding 2 is greenlit and we're going to be working on that. And now we hear like Dusk Golem saying, yeah, that's what Kojima's working on. It's called Project Ocean. I'm just gonna enter crazy clown conspiracy mode here, but I'm just curious. I love how that Rich comes in and says, MBG, there are new reports on a Horizon Zero Dawn remake. You missed it, man. We just talked about it, and I'm not happy if that's true. I want to ask you guys this though, because this is, I know how I'm going to sound, and I'm just asking. Like, I'm not saying this is true. I'm just trying to gauge what people think here. So hold on here. My question is this. Is it possible that in order to keep Kojima's Silent Hill a secret, I'm just asking, all right, don't lose your minds. Is it a possibility that they could have decided that they're going to basically not call the game Silent Hill? Instead, they're just going to call it Death Stranding 2, but it's actually Silent Hill. So they're like, because I don't know, man. I remember people being like, dude, this is the second time Norman Reedus leaked out Death Stranding 2. And I remember some people were saying that. They're like, dude, it ain't Death Stranding 2. I see people laughing. You're like, damn, never give up. Dude, you already know Death Stranding 2 is going to get announced. And I'm going to be like, you guys know that game's secretly Silent Hill, right? You know that ain't really Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 is going to launch in 2024. And I'm going to be streaming it on my channel. And I'm like, you wait. It's about to turn into Silent Hill. You wait. We're almost there. It's about to happen. You're saying that's a reach. Well, I guess, what's interesting? It's definitely a reach. It's definitely a reach. But I've noticed that a lot of people don't want Death Stranding 2. I've noticed that. A lot of people are actually basically saying that they're going to be a little bit upset and disappointed if that's what Kojima's working on with PlayStation. And you're saying that needs to be clipped. Yeah, dude, I don't clip it yet. I'll have to say it again next time with my clown wig on though to really cement it. Saying Death Stranding Kojima already confirmed that the strands are multiversal. The Silent Hill crossover already happened in the director's cut. Norman is playing Hassan in Abandoned. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'll be honest with you. I'll be totally honest. I really did enjoy Death Stranding, but a part of me would also be a little bit disappointed if if the sequel we're getting. However, my main hope, if we get a Death Stranding 2, and that's what we're getting from Kojima Productions for PlayStation, my big hope for that would be, I hope it's really different than the first game. Like, I hope that, like, there's just a lot of different new mechanics and different aspects of gameplay that were not there in the first game. Because I don't know, man, if Kojima made a sequel to Death Stranding, I don't know that he could get away with making like another game where you're pretty much mostly delivering packages the whole time. I think it would have to be a little bit more than that. So, yeah, part of me would be really curious to see what changes would be made. Afif says HDC or Horizon Zero Dawn is already on PC with 4K 60 FPS and all the bells and whistles. This makes this rumor of a remake very unlikely. The Last of Us was different. That's true. That's true. And we should acknowledge that. You know, I'm getting caught up in believing this rumor, but if you think about it though, that would be if Sony really did have the audacity to remake Horizon Zero Dawn when it's already on PC with all the bells and whistles, that's going to be, I think you're going to see a new level of animosity towards Sony. And I really hope that's a false rumor. And you're right, though. I do think that makes it unlikely. And that's what really makes this whole situation kind of suck, because it's like, you really want to hope. You really want to hope that this is just a complete BS rumor. And, I will tell you, definitely not the rumor that I expected to hear. And the thing that I'm actually interested in knowing about, I could care less about this Horizon Zero Dawn remake, frankly. Like, if it's real, I'm not buying it. I'm not playing it. I do not care about it. I just got done Horizon Forbidden West. I'm good. I want to see if this multiplayer game ends up being real, though, what that would look like. What does a multiplayer Horizon game look like? I really would be disappointed to find out that that's what Guerrilla was working on this whole time. And that's where I do start to get a little bit worried about some of Sony and their studios. I don't want to see this over commercialization and saturation where it's like, well, Guerrilla is now the Horizon studio, and that's all you're gonna get is Horizon. And then, you look at Santa Monica. Granted, Santa Monica, they're working on a new IP. Naughty Dog's working on a new IP, so they're definitely working on new stuff. It's just, I don't know, man. Sony's got to be really careful, in my opinion, with the way they're handling this, because we're just now getting away from the negative, polarizing press of The Last of Us Part 1 and what happened there. And, we're entering God of War, a new God of War, and I just hope that this isn't true, because it's going to be bad. Like, they could do a situation, and I just want to say this, like, this could work. If they're like, here is the Horizon multiplayer game, okay, and it's free to play and it's AAA. It looks great. People are excited about it. And then they're like, we're also doing a Horizon Zero Dawn remake, and it's going to be, I'm going to be honest, if they do a full remake, it's going to be $70. But if they say, if you've already bought this game, if you already bought this and you own it, whether it's physically or digitally, it's a $10 upgrade, like a director's cut situation. I feel like, and it could be like, okay, totally unnecessary. But if the multiplayer game looks good, then I don't know. Maybe that'll make people feel less upset. I don't know. I don't know. It's if we get the announcement, guys, I'm telling, like, if Sony has a showcase or it's just a one-off announcement, if they announce a Horizon Zero Dawn remake, we're gonna have to have a conversation. We're gonna have to have a conversation about that, because there's just some things that there's just so much not right with that right now. KD, you're saying Horizon multiplayer sounds great. MBG, you're hating. Imagine a better playing Monster Hunter, but with a Sony budget. Well, that's the thing. That's why I do feel like, yeah, there's definitely some intrigue there, because Monster Hunter is a really, really good series, and I could see if they're gonna do a Horizon multiplayer, that's kind of how I would see it being, like a very much like a Monster Hunter game. So, sheesh, man, I really gotta wonder though if there's any truth to this. And you know, I will say this too. I will say that if Sony really is doing a if Sony really is doing a remake or remaster of Horizon, it wouldn't, like, the notion of that being a thing by itself is not shocking, because it's like, yeah, I could see modern day PlayStation wanting to do that. You're saying, why would it be bad? Well, it would come down to simply how they're going to handle it. That's what it would come down to. If they want another reason to sell Horizon Zero Dawn again, I get that. But it would come down to, how do you handle it? Because if you make it, it could be a win situation if it's a very, very cheap game and just something that's not asking much from consumers, and Sony just positions it as, we just want to have a newer, updated version of this game out there for people who want it. And it's cheap. If they can do that, you know, there would still be the question of, I don't know if that's the best way to utilize your development time and resources, but I could see people kind of like walking away from it and being like, whatever, this seems unnecessary. But if they come out here, man, and they are like, they have the balls to be like, this is going to be a $70 game, I don't know. Yeah, it wouldn't go down well. Did you even check the source? Yeah, I don't know if it's a 50-50 source, man. It's MP first. They could have good info, they could not. But look, for now, it's best not to run with this. I'm just entertaining it because it's on my podcast, and you know, it just immediately came across it. Sean, you're saying Sony would be very brave or very stupid to make another cash grab remake that doesn't have the same pull as The Last of Us. Yeah, and that's another thing too, is like you also have to consider that The Last of Us is probably the more appealing, generally appealing game here. And there was controversy around that. So Miles Morales remake incoming. Nah, dude, I don't know what Sony's doing with that Horizon Zero Dawn remake. We need a Forbidden West remake. You know, what's Sony doing? We need that Forbidden West remake. William Aguilar, you're saying they will not remake a PS4 game, only PS3 or earlier games. The Last of Us Part 1 is the same as Shadow of the Colossus, PS2 game remastered for PS3, remade for PS4. I hope you're right, man. And that's the thing. Like, you would think because it's a PS4 game, they would have to call it, like, maybe they could do a director's cut. Maybe that's the angle they're going to go for. They're going to have a director's cut of Horizon Zero Dawn. It's the first game with the DLC. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. See, this is where it's like, I don't want to be talking about this right now, because to me, this is irrelevant currently. Like, this is just like, it's a rumor. What I'll say is, if this is something Sony's actually working on, then that means they'll be announcing it. And we'll talk about it more in depth and give it a fair shake when it's announced. Because right now, it's just a rumor. And something about the rumor to take into consideration is it's from a shaky source. And they had multiple things they're reporting on saying that they don't know, like they can't confirm it. They can't corroborate it. So we'll see if this picks up traction. We'll see if like Tom Henderson or, Jason Schreier or anybody, comes out and has more to say about it or something to add to it to confirm it, its veracity. And then if it is real and it is announced, then we're going to have to see how it's handled, because I just think right now it's kind of tough. It's tough to assume that Sony's not going to mess it up and cause controversy, considering what we just saw happen with The Last of Us Part 1. So, yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see what Sony's plan is. The one last thing I want to say on this topic, and I'm probably going to have to end the podcast here because I don't know that there's much else left to say. The one other thing I will say is that, given that Sony really wants to saturate the market with their major IP like Horizon, Uncharted, Last of Us, God of War, that's the one angle with this that makes me kind of believe like, I do think there could be some truth to this, because Jim Ryan isn't hiding it anymore. He's not hiding the fact that they want to saturate the market and multiple markets with their most valuable IP. And that's not an uncommon thing. I'm not saying Sony's the only one doing this, but it can be a slippery slope. It really can. So, Dale, you're saying PT style demo and prominent Japanese developer. What's up, Kojima? Yeah, I mean, so I don't know. Look, I know people were like, dude, you're sitting here saying that they're lying. It's not Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 is code for Silent Hill. Yeah, that is a bit ridiculous, but here's one for you. And I'll ask this. Is it possible that Kojima could be working on both? Is it possible that Kojima could be working on Death Stranding 2 and also a Silent Hill project? I mean, I feel like he'd be stretched pretty damn thin at that point, because you have an Xbox Kojima game, and then he'd be working on Death Stranding 2, and then a third. I don't know. It sounds like a bit too much. You're saying you think the new Sony upset Kojima? To me, that like people were saying that this Dust Golem report on Death Stranding 2 wasn't worth highlighting because we already kind of knew, because Norman Reedus accidentally leaked it out. And that's true, but the more interesting thing about what Dust Golem said is, if it's to be believed, how the contract between Sony and Kojima is about to end. And the contract was for 2 games, and it has yet to be renewed. You could say it's too early for the contract to be renewed, but I don't know, man. I assume that Sony's going to want to renew that contract. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. Plus, we also had that thing that Kojima was teasing out. Who am I? Elle Fanning. I've seen some people speculating that Elle Fanning is going to be Lou in Death Stranding 2, and we're going to play as Lou. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. Anything's possible. Who knows what direction Kojima's going with in. But yeah, I think that's going to do it for the podcast, guys. I'm going into this upcoming week with some optimism, and of course, my optimism will be crushed with a Horizon Zero Dawn remake for $70 with no upgrade path. I'm just kidding. At least I hope that's not what happens. Axis Hawk, you're saying, so Koji Pro is working on 3, Silent Hill, Overdose, and DS2. Oh yeah, true. What's Overdose? God, who knows anymore, man. Look, I just want to point out, I'm just going to say this, and this is the final thing, and I'm going to end this podcast. As I said to people, Silent Hill, a short message, is a real video game that was rated, and it's clearly a demo of some kind. It's not a full game that you're going to buy. It hasn't even been announced yet. That's clearly what Silent Hill short message is. It's likely to be for PS5. It's likely to be this rumored PT-esque style demo. No developer. Once again, I'm just saying, no developer attached to it. We have no idea. We have no idea who is responsible for this demo or this short message. And apparently, and this, I did see people saying this. I saw people saying that, they're speculating, I should say, that a short message is a reference to like text messages, right? Texting. Again, like, who comes to mind when you think about that? Was it not Kojima with Silent Hill who said that he wanted to mess with people through messages, through SMS, by getting people to sign up and give their phone number? And I'm just saying, man, whatever. You're saying MVG, people are mad at Jim Ryan on Twitter over the Horizon remaster. Jim Ryan is trending. No way. Already? Dude, it's like people are ready to go, man. That's comical. Let me see. I see Kratos trending. Let me see what else is trending. Let me see if I can find Jim Ryan trending. I don't see him, man. He's not here yet for me. But I believe it. I absolutely believe it. I mean, people are... Here's what I'll say. This is where Sony could help themselves here. They could. So a lot of people were saying that there's no way this is real. It doesn't, it's unlikely. This is a better port. Here's what Sony could do. And this is where I'll end the podcast for real. If this isn't true, and it's a made up, if this is a made up rumor and there's just no veracity to it, and MP First is just got bad sources, Sony would be wise to get out in front of this and just have a spokesperson say that this is a false rumor. There is no remake or remaster planned for Horizon Zero Dawn at this time. I'm telling you, like, if this isn't real, Sony would be very wise to do that because it would save them a lot of face right now. And so, and it would also just immediately stop something like this from getting out of hand. So, but Sony probably won't do that. Jacob, you're saying wish list. Name your 3 studios you want Sony to buy. Really quick off the top of my head, 3 studios. Kojima Productions is one of them. I know that's not going to happen, but that's one. I would say From Software, but I don't know. They're probably best off remaining a multi-plat studio. I will say this Arrowhead studio, who's making Helldivers 2. If Helldivers 2 can be a big hit, that could be a studio that Sony should buy. I don't know that Sony could buy Remedy. They seem to have too many things going on. I don't know. I'm trying to think who else would be a good fit for Sony. Oh, you know what studio? I forget the name of the studio, but they're doing the Zero. God, my brain is completely fried right now. Come on. They're doing the VR game. It's the shooter. Firewall. Ultra. Who's the studio? Striking Distance. Yeah, I don't think they could buy them. I don't think they're independent, but that would be a good one. Striking Distance would be an amazing studio for Sony to be able to get, assuming that Callisto Protocol ends up being good. Ember Lab. Yeah, there we go. Ember Lab, Slow Clap. There's quite a few. All right, guys, that does it. I feel like I'm going to drop. I got to go. I got almost 4.5 hours. So before I go, I want to give a big thank you to everybody who donated a super chat. You guys are awesome. I say it every week. I couldn't do what I do here without you. And the final vote for the community poll, 1,303 votes. 62% of you believe Sony is going to have a showcase. 38% believe they're not. So I'll end the poll there. And there you go. There's the poll. So, all right, guys. Thank you to everybody who donated a super chat. Thank you to all my members. Big shout out to all my members. Shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps each week within 24 hours usually. All right, that's it. I'm out. I'm drained. We'll see what happens this upcoming week. I will keep you guys updated with I will update you guys with any PlayStation news. So, all right, guys. Until next time, take care.